Find out if you're a candidate by going to coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com. Get rid of those readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, never worry about cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Finding relief from tinnitus and hearing challenges shouldn't be a mystery. But for so many, that's exactly how it feels.
How does this sound?
Generic
Good?
advice, useless appointments,
Headset?
and quick fixes that don't fix
Now let me show
anything.
you, man. You got
that's
some
why
good
I created
cameras now.
Sound Relief.
We got
At
that
Sound
wide
Relief,
shot out there.
we take the time others won't.
Right there.
Follow
We got
protocols
that
most
shot,
don't,
then
and
this
deliver
shot.
results that actually
It's really
change
cool.
lives. If you're ready for real
What's that?
answers and long-term solutions,
that'll be working
visit
out.
us
You wanna
at
see what it looks like?
soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
At DiscountBath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and
I'll
get
show
a
you the picture.
beautiful
Can you see
walk-in,
this?
custom
Okay, I'm
design
gonna
for
show
your
you this one.
preferences,
I'm gonna
acrylic
show you.
walls that
I'll show you
mimic
this
stone,
picture here.
lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or DiscountBath.com.
It's a windy day today. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 50s and low 60s. Gusty winds, so
That's
high
that
fire
one.
danger, even some blowing dust
we got 'em
possible
all.
throughout your Monday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This report is sponsored by Colorado Lottery. The Colorado Lottery has given back over $4.5 billion to the state's outdoor spaces. So when you play the Colorado Lottery, you're helping to fund Colorado's outdoors.
Yeah,
Celebrate
and then
giving
into
back
here.
to outdoor spaces this October as part of Colorado Lottery's Conservation Month.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. If you've been trying to get on to your favorite apps or websites today and you've been running into some trouble, it could be because Amazon Web Services, which hosts many of the world's top sites and apps, crashed today. Things are slowly getting back to normal, but some sites, including the Wall Street Journal, are still having trouble. Still no one in custody in connection with the jewelry robbery at the Louvre on Sunday morning. Many of the French crown jewels were taken. Arthur Brand is a Dutch investigator and calls it the heist of the decade.
What everybody fears is that the gold and the silver will be melted down and the jewels will be taken out and sold separately.
President Trump is threatening to cut off all U.S. aid to Colombia, calling that country's president, Gustavo Petro, an illegal drug dealer. Following another military strike on a boat in the Caribbean, Petro says fishermen, not drug dealers, were killed. This is ABC News. Is the ceasefire in Gaza on shaky ground? Some in the region seem to think so. ABC's Tom Soufi-Burridge is in Tel Aviv.
In a signal of how fragile things are, we've seen smoke rising from southern Gaza this morning. Our producer on the ground hearing explosions, but saying he thinks that incident happening beyond what's known as the yellow line. That is the line between the territory from which the IDF has withdrawn from in western Gaza near to the coast, and the territory to the east of that, a very significant strip of land which the IDF is still controlling. It is called the Red Zone. That incident potentially happening in the Red Zone. It's not clear exactly what happened.
The IDF accuses Hamas of killing 2 soldiers over the weekend. Hamas is denying that. If you're a regular pot smoker, should you be allowed to legally own a gun? The Supreme Court has agreed to take up that question after an appeals court largely struck down a law doing that. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
If you talk and they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Denver Police Department says around a dozen people were arrested in activities that followed Saturday's No Kings protests. Police say groups of protesters held secondary marches after the No Kings rally broke up Saturday afternoon. The marchers were trying to access I-25 in at least 2 locations, and officers used smoke and pepper balls to break up the unlawful assemblies. Charges against the protesters include resisting arrest, destruction of public property, second-degree assault, and carrying an unlawful weapon. It is windy today along the Front Range with a red flag warning in effect for the Denver metro area and eastern plains.
Temperatures today will be in the upper 50s and low 60s. Gusty winds leading to high fire danger and even some blowing dust possible for today. Overnight, we've got a freeze warning in place with low 30s, and then for Tuesday, upper 60s. Same thing for Wednesday with lots of sunshine.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
Yeah, I got a problem down southbound 25 at Lincoln Avenue. The center lane is blocked. It's either a stall or an accident there, but it is starting to back up towards C470. I-25 between downtown and Tech looks pretty good. 10-minute commute. I-70 eastbound Pena Tower area is tying up a little bit. And 270 running a little heavy out of Commerce City. Winter driving in the high country. I-70 is open right now at the tunnels, but both directions, especially westbound, has been jammed up. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the famed Dilbert comic strip artist, author, podcaster, and everyone's internet dad, Scott Adams. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Would you believe we're already coming up on ski season? It's just around the corner. But if joint pain or sciatica has been keeping you on the sidelines or keeping you off the lift, so we don't mix metaphors, Regen Revolution can help. Their regenerative therapies can work to rebuild and repair tissue so you can hit the slopes pain-free and stay active all winter long. Give them a call, 303-292-9992. for a free consultation or online at regenrev.com.
Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Your one-stop for advertising? Call 844-844-IHEART.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. Which jobs are most likely to go away quickly because of AI? Which jobs have the best chance of surviving? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show where we're solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. My God, I've been doing this for 50 years. Can you believe it? And if you're in Denver, you've heard me about 45 of those years. And welcome to the only radio show of its kind. Really, I say that. I want you to call. Callers get top priority on this show. That means you call with a problem, a question, or complaint. Just get it off your chest. You know, so many times, you know, you don't hear the intonation when you post something online, or you don't get immediate response where you can talk back and forth. On this show, we take all that out of the equation. It was the only show of its time, and really is kind of that talks about consumer issues, the things that tick you off, the things that make you tick, those everyday aches and pains. You know, buying, selling, career choices, other things. And today, I just wanted to ask a question to see if people ever wonder this? I think, and I don't mind saying this, I think it's okay to want to make money and to invent something or have a business or an idea that launches you. I mean, let's think about it. Really and truly, the American dream is going out and killing it. Now, we have a lot of jealousy when we see people doing it and wonder how the hell did they do that? And a lot of times because of that, we want to maybe fantasize that they cheated or somehow was born with a silver spoon and that's why they got it. Now, granted, a lot of people are born with money, but if they don't know what to do with the money, they lose it. Others are born with money and multiply it. And then there are those who kind of do it on their own. I mean, from scratch. Think about that. What makes them millionaires and billionaires? What is it that separates them from other people that can do that? Henry, by the way, Henry Bretz is with me. He is the owner of Excel Roofing with his dad, Jay. Henry took over for his dad, and I had some questions for him too. But right now, I just want to ask in general. Henry, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, Tom, I think that's a really interesting topic right there. And I think about that a lot because
do you think about that? Sure. Like, how do people get rich?
There's I know quite a few people, and there's always those like really high achievers, and they push and they put in so much time and effort, but they're almost like guilty of achieving stuff because people around them, they in some cases on it,
or people around them put glass ceilings over them. For example, I give this example. I was in a car one time with we were at News 4 doing a story. And we were going into a very, very wealthy neighborhood. And out front was a Bentley and a Ferrari, and it was a giant house. And I had a college intern with me. His name was Mike. And as we're pulling into this driveway, Mike said, "Oh, yeah, you're coming to my house." And he laughed. And what he meant was, he was making a joke. Now, think about the psychology here. He's making a joke that house was his and the cars were his or his parents. Because why did he make a joke? Because in his mind, it was unreal. In his mind, it was a joke. It was unachievable. So for him to say, "Oh yeah, you're pull into my driveway," he was saying like, never in a million years will that be me. And I wonder if people start out with a winning attitude that makes them a winner, or start out with a losing attitude that makes them a loser, or starts out with an average attitude that makes them, let's say, just average. And they don't ever expect to achieve greatness. If you take a guy like Elon Musk, how does a guy like that become the richest man in the world? It takes risks, it takes insight. But why is it that some people think of an idea and it takes off immediately, and others think of an idea and it falls flat?
I think it's just the confidence. Really, just the confidence and the self-belief.
Like when Uber started, how did that just take off? And why did other ride shares not take off like that one? Or social media sites, like the guy that invented Twitter. Do people ever think this? Am I the only one thinking this? Like, do you ever think and say, God, how did they do that? Because I know we spend a lot of time, we really do in this country, following celebrities, following billionaires, following people. And out of one side of our mouth, we admire them, or we want to know what they're doing. And on the other side of our mouth, we're criticizing, or we're jealous, and ascribing evil to them. But truly, I'm asking, do you people instill in your children that being a millionaire or a billionaire, I'm not saying that has to be your target in life to be rich. I'm only using money as a barometer for success. And truly, I'm wondering, do we limit our children even by how we speak? Do we say, "Oh, that's nonsense," when they're talking about starting a company or inventing something? Are we pre-programmed by our environment to be in a certain social setting or class structure? And then there are some people that just break away. We have to admit that billionaires are in a class by themselves. But how did they get there? What do they all have in common? You know, really, what do they all have in common? What is it that makes people so wildly successful and others not? Or some that have all the ambition to be successful, they have all of the ideas, but somehow they just don't get that spark. What is it? Have you ever thought of that? How about this? Podcasting. How many podcasts do you think there are? Thousands and hundreds of thousands. I mean, why is it that one podcast will just go absolutely nuts? What makes it go nuts? Like, okay, you can say, well, it's the genre, but it's not, because you have a lot of crime podcasts, but really you only have one or two that make it like that. And then health podcasts or other kinds of podcasts. I would like to interview people who have hit it big. How did they do it? How did they do it? Do you ever think of that? I want to ask you, Dimitri, I've never talked about this, Deputy D. Do you ever think about that? Do you ever think about how did that person become a billionaire? Well, why are they a billionaire? What was it about what they did and how they did it? Why did one thing catch on and another thing not catch on? Do people think about this, or am I alone? I mean, do you ever think about that or not?
Of course, that's probably the number one topic on my mind, well, other than health.
I'm not talking about being obsessed with money. I'm just talking about we all want to be wildly successful. Let's face it. We're not going to turn it down.
That's not always monetary either. Success can look different for everyone.
Absolutely. I've known people who did missionary work in South America that wouldn't trade the life for anything. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying, when it comes to money, and success and virility, how does it happen? What is the magic formula?
Well, that's actually a surprisingly easy question to answer, Tom.
Why?
Many of these people write books. They write autobiographical books. So it's something that I ordered
about.
I ordered an average of 3 or 4 audiobooks every couple of weeks in the library.
Do they tell how they did it?
Absolutely.
Give me some secrets.
Well, so here's the latest one. I just finished listening to this last week. It's an autobiography by a guy named Grant Cardone. Who's a hugely self-promoting real estate billionaire, and he also has a success coaching.
Can you say how he started?
Yes, absolutely. He started as a drug addict in his 20s who was in and out of jail. He was in and out of hospitals. He got kicked out of his, really crummy $230 a month apartment.
To a real estate billionaire.
Well, he details it in painstaking detail in his 15 CD book that I just got done listening to.
Well, what was the first thing he did?
Well, he realized he doesn't want that lifestyle anymore. Right. He doesn't want to be a huge loser.
But there are a lot of people who do rehab that don't become billionaires.
Yeah, I'd say most of them don't.
Right.
But he, his success was, it started pretty simply. He decided that he needs to become good at doing whatever job he currently has and use that. In this case, it was selling used cars.
Okay.
And he was a huge loser at that too. He was about to get fired again. And he said, I'm going to be, you have to write down your goals.
Right.
That's the one thing, all of these audiobooks, and I've listened to dozens of them so far this year.
They had to make
every single one of them says you have to set goals and you have to write them down. You have to keep referring to that notebook to hold yourself accountable. So he got out of rehab. Miraculously, they didn't fire him while he was in rehab for 30 days. And he, within months, became the top used car salesman in his entire company.
But what was it that changed? Just
his commitment. His commitment.
It's the drive. It's the internal drive in that fire.
Absolutely.
But there are a lot of people, come on, man, that work their asses off and they never click to the big time. Mm-hmm. What is it that people I know, I can't be the only one thinking this. Yes?
I think a successful person like Dimitri said, it's about goals. You have to focus on your long-term goals and forget about the short-term goals. And I believe successful people always make lists every day in the morning when they get up of things they need to get done. And I believe that you need to get your money to work for you 24 hours a day instead of the 9 to 5. So get yourself into some sort of investments where it's working all the time.
You're right. And all of these things, like I have been successful in certain things, but I always seem to have this ceiling where I don't go beyond or I don't pursue it like I should. And
that's the key.
And I don't know why.
That's the key. It's not pursuing like you should.
For example,
that's it.
For example, there is no dispute, and I can prove it online and I can prove it by records. I was the very first person ever with a referral list. Okay. There was no such thing as a referral list. There just wasn't. Okay, referralist.com. I even got that name on the internet back in the day. So here's what I want to say is I was very, very successful with the referral list in the Denver metro area and a little beyond. But all of a sudden, you have Angie's list, and she blows past me, and then you have all kinds of others lists, and I think, what did I not do? What is it that I did not do? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a wonderful thing, and I made lots of money with it, but what is it that made the others just explode? What did I not do? Now, I can give you many examples where I did things in a very successful way, but it stopped at a certain point. Why is that? And I'm just doing a self-confession. Of course, this happens to a lot of people. And a lot of people might look at me and say, well, you're successful. But then I look at others, say, you're successful. And it's all relative. But what is it? What is it that takes the stops off of people, that excel them to a point where we just sit in awe of them? How does that happen?
Crazy obsession, intense obsession.
Yeah, that's what I keep thinking.
Yeah, Cardone talks about working 25 hours, 8 days a week.
Hard work, determination, goals. Okay.
Blinders.
But okay, we got more coming up. I'm going to do a follow-up about a car lock situation from Friday, and we're going to talk about that and more. I would love your thoughts. You can text me at this number, which comes to my cell phone, 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280. I'm getting a lot of texts on this. You can also do the iHeart short code and text 57739. So there's two ways to text me. 57739 is the iHeart code. And then the one that comes to my cell phone 24/7 is 747, like the big plane, 999 5280 for the Mile High City. 747-999-5280. More right after this.
Thank you.
I'm so passionate about
the energy landscape is shifting. Smart investors know the future is in clean energy. PowerBank Corporation is leading North America's renewable energy transition with proven solar projects, battery storage solutions, and sustainable infrastructure built for tomorrow. While others talk about clean energy, PowerBank delivers results. Ready to power your portfolio with purpose? Visit PowerBankCorp.com to discover how you can be part of the clean energy revolution. Emerging Markets has been paid $500,000 by PowerBank Corp for advertising services. This is not an offer to buy or sell a security.
One thing I want to tell you for sure, when you get into an accident with injuries, you have questions. And another thing I want to tell you for sure, there's only one attorney I know that talks to you up front before you hire him, with no promise of ever hiring him, no obligation ever, John Fuller. When you have questions, you don't want to sign up with a firm yet. You want to first find out what they're all about. And if they can answer your questions, John Fuller will do that free of charge. If you do hire him, it's still direct contact. He'll give you his personal cell phone. That's right. Truly, you can talk and text to him at any time. Start out with this phone call to his office. If you have questions about your case, call now, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
Joe Chiano, my friend, how are you doing today, Joe?
I'm doing wonderful, Mark, and you?
I'm doing great. I cannot wait till this Saturday. We had such a bang-up time at the free movie event last week. We added the matinee. So this Saturday, everybody's got to understand this. You go to mymoneymovie.com, mymoneymovie.com, sign up, free popcorn drinks. We're going to talk about Social Security running out of money by 2035. We're going to talk a little bit about the government shutdown, but the movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, what a great flick, Joe. I mean, I can't believe you're showing this again.
It is. You know, we had such a great turnout that we added, the matinee this Saturday at 2 p.m. at the Highlands Ranch, AMC 24. And it's really for people that really are tired of the volatility of the stock market. And there's another way that they can retire and get an income for life. Income for life.
Well, not just that. Think of the immediate bonus as well. That immediate bonus people get what is it now? 17%? What is it?
No, 17%. So if people have an old 401k or an IRA and they're not happy with the performance of it, or they're afraid of losing their money in the stock market, they can move the money into the guaranteed annuity that we have, and they will get a 17% bonus day one.
I want to get the info out there, though. This movie is a great pick. You got to go to mymoneymovie.com to get signed up now for this Saturday, 2 p.m., Highlands Ranch, AMC 24. 2 p.m. Get signed up right now. Limited seating. It's a theater. So go to mymoneymovie.com and get signed up today. Thanks, Joe.
You bet.
Maybe this is you too. People are enormously frustrated with the cost of healthcare right now. There is an option. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone with MediShare. They like it more, and they're saving a lot of money. Perfect time for you to join, too. Apply before October 31st, and they will waive your application fee. That's $100 you'll be saving right off the bat, in addition to the thousands you can save every year. Call them now. Here's the number, 844-43-BIBLE. That's 844-43-BIBLE. MediShare is a community of Christians who've shared more than $9 billion in medical bills. It has worked beautifully for decades. And with so many people re-examining their options right now, seeing premiums going up and up, this is a great time to take advantage of this offer. Just tell them the promo code SHARE and save $100 before October 31st. Call 844-43-BIBLE. That's 844-43-BIBLE. 844-43-BIBLE.
Hey guys, this is Dave Logan here for Colorado Advanced Endovascular. Now, if you're dealing with symptoms of an enlarged prostate, and I'm talking about frequent urination, weak stream, or just that frustrating feeling of not fully emptying your bladder, listen up. I've got some great news for you. There's a breakthrough procedure called prostate artery embolization, or PAE. And the good news, no surgery, no general anesthesia, no incisions in the genital area. It's all done through a tiny pinhole in your wrist or groin. And most men see improvement within just a few weeks. The team at Colorado Advanced Endovascular are top-tier interventional radiologists with advanced training in PAE and other non-surgical treatments. They offer personalized care in a boutique-style, comfortable outpatient setting right here in Colorado. Visit coloradoae.com to schedule your free consultation. Once again, go to coloradoae.com, schedule your free consultation, and take the first step toward relief. That's coloradoae.com.
It's a windy day today. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 50s and low 60s. Gusty winds, so high fire danger, even some blowing dust possible throughout your Monday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. By the way, waterpros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices, and I mean that sincerely. You will never find the technology and the passion that these people have for water products. They seek out the best at the lowest prices to give you healthy water. Kitchen sink, reverse osmosis for drinking water. Never buy bottled water again. Never get the plastics. Never get the chemicals ever from the tap. And it's waterpros.net. It's about $1,200 fully installed, triple filter reverse osmosis. No one can touch that price. 303-862-5554. Okay, now, Cindy's got a follow-up from Friday, but I'm holding on because I need to get some information on that. Cheryl, you have a question about real estate. I'm going to go to you first, then Cindy. Cheryl, what's going on with you?
Yes, I've been studying up on the 721 exchange for transferring real estate to the REITs, the REITs. Wondered if you and your wonderful informational sources can shed any more light on those.
Well, okay. A REIT it turns real estate into a security, basically. And the first question I have to ask, without getting too technical and losing people, the 721 exchange is simply going from private ownership or regular ownership into a REIT to bring in other investors. That's the reason you would do it. Is that the reason you're thinking of doing it?
Oop, I lost you. Hello?
Is that I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, I could. I just kind of lost last
I'm
two words.
asking, what is the
I
purpose?
understand the REIT security, but
What is the purpose for you
stop
doing
being a
it?
landlord. To stop being a landlord and still make some money from the accrued amounts.
Oh,
Hopefully not have to pay the government all the taxes on it when
that's
it's
not going to happen. That's not going to happen with a 721. Really and truly, being a landlord, by the way, most of the time does not pay, and it almost never pays in Denver and Colorado anymore. Are you already a landlord?
Yes.
And where are your properties?
Colorado Springs and Monument.
Okay. And are you making positive cash flow?
I was. Not now.
Okay.
Not enough.
How do you hold your rentals right now? Are they in LLCs or just in your name?
In a trust. LLC.
Okay. When you contribute the property, okay, when you do this, you're going to start a REIT and you'll get ownership units, but you're still going to pay on income and stuff. You're not going to get around taxes in a 721. REITs are highly complicated, and it would really complicate your life. If I were you, I would never do that. I don't know what your end goal is. If your end goal is to avoid taxes, you're going to pay taxes. What is your end goal?
What I meant by not paying taxes, it's either like a 10, was it?
There's a 1031. There's a
exchange.
1031 where you can sell the properties you have and then use that money to exchange it for another property, and it's called a 1031 exchange. A 1031 exchange is basically a trade. You're trading your property for a more expensive property, and all of your gain is put into the next property. Now, because it's impossible or almost impossible for you to find someone who wants to trade a property exactly what you want, they do intermediaries. What that means is you trade to a group of this mediary. This mediary then goes out and finds what you want and makes the exchange and becomes the purchaser and the seller. And to make a long story short, 1031 exchanges are very common, and they facilitate trades of real estate. They go out and find people that you want to trade with, and they make it happen. That's what they do. What were you going to say, Henry? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Tom,
1031s?
Yeah, just 1031s. I mean, you got a lot of experience in this. So if it's for, say, someone's primary home, are they able to quick claim it into an LLC and then do a 1031?
Okay. You can quit claim anything to anything. So you can quit claim your primary residence into an LLC, but you don't have to do that. To do a 1031. You can do a 1031 from your name, but they don't allow 1031s with private residences.
Yes.
So there's no, but if you want to turn it into a commercial property, you can do that. In other words, what you do is you can do it whether it's in your name or an LLC or whatever. Your property can become commercial, and all you have to do is rent it more than 2 years out of the last 5.
So at that point, can you quit claim it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish with claiming. I mean, but it becomes a commercial property. Then you can take that house that was your primary residence, and you can then transfer it to an LLC and use it to 1031 into future properties.
Cool. Okay, that was my question.
But it's very difficult to get by. It's complicating things because you automatically get favorable tax treatment anyway when it's your primary residence. So unless you're going to make substantially more than $500,000 in profits, there would be no reason to 1031 a private residence through sending it into a commercial property. In other words, your personal property can become a commercial property. That answer is yes. Can you transfer it then into an LLC? The answer is yes. Can you then do 1031s? Yes, you can. If you had tremendous gains that you wanted to defer above and beyond the normal stuff they give you, then the normal benefit, if you're going to go and make so much money that the normal tax benefits don't apply, then go ahead and do that. But it's really not worth it usually with private residences because you get that $500,000 exclusion for a married couple jointly or $250,000 as an individual. So the short answer is yes, you can
These
convert
are all
it.
rentals.
But yours are all rentals,
These are
so
all
you don't have
rentals.
that property problem. You can. How many do you have?
3.
Okay, you can easily take these 3 properties and do 1031s on one of them or all of them. Yes, you can. But what you need is a qualified intermediary to help you do this. And do you have in mind what you're trying, like what you will trade for? You have to trade for more expensive properties in order to defer your gain.
Right, I understand.
What are your 3 properties? What are your 3 properties right now?
Homes.
Okay, if you have 3 single-family homes, let's take home number 1. If you have home number 1 and your basis is a certain amount of money, you now have to trade for something more expensive than that and defer your gain into the new property.
Understood.
And
I guess
they're very, very viable. But what it does is defer your gain. For example, you're taking your profit from that house and you're trading it into a house that's more expensive. And then that gets gain and then you keep going. At some point, you will have to sell and pay the tax. What it does is defers your tax into the next property. And it keeps doing that so long as you can find other properties. And what it is you have to trade like for like. For example, you can't trade your rental house for a primary residence, or you can't trade your rental house. I don't think you can trade it for a business, but there are all kinds of weird rules what like for like means. A like for like in a 1031 means a similar type of property. And there are many real estate people that can help you do this. They know about 1031s, or you get what's called and so what is your specific question about it?
Well, I do understand that the 1031 exchange, that was that. I was just not really familiar with the 721 exchange was all about. I'm just trying to get not to be a landlord anymore and not have to pay taxes after the sale of the home.
Okay. Well,
if I can avoid it.
The REIT will still make you a landlord because the real estate investment trust, which is called a REIT, needs management.
Right.
And if you form the REIT, you're going to have to manage it. If someone else comes in and manages it, if you say to someone, let's say you said that to me, because I have Wave 8 financial management or wealth management. So let's say you came to a financial advisor, my company, and said, we want to form a REIT. It wouldn't be worth it to you. We would form a REIT. We would form the ownership. We would form the organization and charge you for doing that. You would send your properties to the REIT. You would get ownership units. We would sell other units to other people, but you would be adding a layer of administration you don't need. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A REIT, a 721 is usually when there's an existing REIT that you love and you want to be part of it. Okay, so let's take your 3 homes. Let's say you have $1 million in equity right now on your 3 homes. You would be able to, the way to do it is to go out and find an excellent REIT that's already in existence. And then you trade your $1 million for REIT units of ownership. Now you're no longer a landlord. You don't have to lift a pen. You don't have to do any kind of bookkeeping. The REIT will send you ownership statements quarterly or yearly, and you'll be part of that REIT. That's what I think you're talking about. Don't form the REIT, but find a REIT. There are plenty of good REITs right now, and you can trade your homes for REIT ownership. And I believe that's the best way for you to go. Then you have ownership units in a REIT. You make money in the REIT. You get tax benefits for the REIT. When they have losses, you have losses. When they have gains, you have gains. But one other thing about the REIT is you no longer have to take a phone call. The secret here is don't form a REIT, but find a good one already in existence.
I have one here in front of me, Flock Homes. Oh, I know of one that's called Hines, H-I-N-E-S.
Well, you want to make sure the ownership units are worth it. It would be silly to take your equity, let's say of $1 million, and put it into a REIT that's not performing. So you need to get all of the background information on a REIT to make sure it's the right one. Listen, I'm telling you, if you want to know some good REITs, what you need to do is ask.
Okay.
You need to, and this is a shameless promotion. You need to ask a financial advisor who has no skin in the game and isn't trying to win your business, but they simply want to advise you because they think in the future when you have money, you'll come back to them. Find a good financial advisor. Do you have one now? Do you have a financial advisor?
I have a couple. I don't know how well they're versed they
All right,
are
well,
with REITs.
call them and
I
ask.
called you first.
Call them and ask, and find out about the best performing REITs. And what I'm going to do, just for grins here, is I'm going to ask my chief investment officer about performing, if he can find what he thinks are the best performing REITs right now. I'm Tom Martino. I got to take a break. Keep listening, and we'll go over that and more. People, give a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. 303-713-8255. And Fix It 24/7 is doing that extreme clean right now. That's the extreme clean tune and check of your furnace for just $39 if you've never had it done. $39. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplan in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
It's a pleasant surprise.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of one of the most legendary fights in congressional history and how it brought about a ban on dueling. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, you don't want to miss this news about an auto repair facility for all makes and models. And whether your car is new or used or very old, they'll babysit your car like a nanny. Your car nanny, Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin, I call him because he treats you like family, can do major or minor maintenance and repairs. They can also help you with electrical issues, even regular maintenance, heavy maintenance, whatever it is. Sheridan Auto Tech, including pre-buy inspections for used cars. They're on Colfax west of Wadsworth, great parking, a well-lit, secure facility. It is beautiful. 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242. That's SheridanAutotech.com.
Yep.
All right. I don't know, just a few minutes I can cover. Cool. How's Charlie doing?
He's good. He's doing good.
He is such a great dog.
Yep, he's been spending some time with my mom.
He loves your mother.
Yeah, she had a close one. Like, I forget what it was last Friday.
What are you talking?
Oh, because the guy's been fired. That's why it's quiet. Okay.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, running a little behind. Anyway, so I have someone for Cheryl researching the, researching the REITs. So Cheryl, you can just remain listening. No reason for you to hang on the line, and then we'll get you some information. Cindy called up on Friday about her car, and I'm trying to find the original call. But Cindy, what's new on your problem right now, Cindy?
Well, nothing. We talked.
I
and you were gonna
postponed
try
it.
to get right.
Okay.
So,
So let's
just
take it.
that,
I see that saying to take the call. So let's just start from the beginning. What happens? Tell me about your problem.
Okay. Well, the I have a Honda CRV 2022 Honda CRV. It's a hybrid, but the door will lock when my key is in the car.
That's
It did at one
right.
time while it was running, but now I'm just paranoid. I'm going to be somewhere, and I try to be very conscious of taking my purse out with me, or never like if I stop
Right.
to
No,
get
no,
the
no,
mail
no,
out of
no.
the
You know
mailbox,
what?
don't,
Now I
you know.
remember this. I want to get Kevin Calkin on. That's what I have in my notes, that we were going to get Kevin Calkin on. So, Kachina, let's see if we can get Kevin on to answer this, since they do electrical issues as well, and see what he thinks it might be. All right. So hold on, and we will absolutely get to you. Deputy Dimitri has some follow-ups. All right, Dimitri, let me get to our wide shot here. For those streaming, if you care, you can see his pretty face. What is Johnson? Explain Johnson Controls versus self-storage. What is that?
You know, Tom, on the 9th, that was your day off, and Mark and I were working at the studio.
Okay.
So it was Mark who actually took the call.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a strange call. We got a call from a place in Pueblo called Enterprise Self-Storage.
Okay.
And it's a mother-son operation. And
So it's just a small storage operation.
it sounds pretty big, actually.
Okay.
It's like an outdoor storage for RVs and things like that. And quite a few years ago, they signed up for a Johnson Controls security system, which was installed and became operational. And it never quite worked exactly as designed. So, with many, many service visits of Johnson's Controls technicians, they finally all came to a realization, hey, we can't get this thing to work. It's not going to work. And they requested a refund. Not 100% refund, but
Do you know who they bought this system from? Was it?
it was, so, you know, it's hard to say because Johnson Controls has been absorbing a whole bunch of companies. So Tyco is one of the security companies they absorbed, and then Simplex Grinnell is a fire safety company they absorbed. So they're kind of a conglomerate of all these things.
Yeah.
And they have an office, they have a sales office here in Littleton, which actually came in pretty handy.
So they installed this and it never worked right.
It never worked
Did
right.
they say what was wrong with it
No,
specifically?
because we weren't there to solve that problem because they already switched to a different security company whose system actually worked.
Okay, and the old system, was it taken out?
The old system, I believe, was abandoned in place by Johnson Controls, and it's the new company that was able to get it working and
But
get
they
it back in
used, they
service.
used the system that was installed there.
Yeah, I think they bought it.
Okay.
So Johnson Controls didn't reclaim
I
the
get it.
electronics.
I get it.
But before they even called us over the past, I don't know, this whole year, they negotiated a refund of a little over $23,000 from Johnson Controls.
Oh my gosh.
You know, it was like $1,000 a month. It's the most expensive security service I've ever heard of. But so somehow they were able to get Johnson Controls to commit to 2 years worth of refunds out of, I believe, 10 or 11 years. So it's been going on for a long time.
This thing's been going on for 10 or 11 years,
Yeah,
and they're only
yeah.
going to get refunded 2 years.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But they get to keep the, well, they bought the equipment.
yeah,
They have the
how maybe that's part of the settlement. So anyway, we didn't really dive into that because their request for assistance was to try to get the 23 grand out of Johnson Controls.
The 23 grand?
Yeah, I just got an email from
No,
their
you did.
corporate
No, you did.
head office. I sure
Are
did.
you crapping me?
No. Listen to this.
Holy cow.
A lady named Melissa, who works, Melissa Talbot over at Johnson Controls. She says, our customers are our top priority, and we can confirm the refund has been provided in full.
Damn.
So,
That's the biggest dinger I ever had.
oh, geez.
All right, got to come back with more right after this. Great work, Deputy D and gang.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield.
Golly.
Actually, it's going to be the westbound side.
That
towards
is one hell of a
Wadsworth. Center lanes blocked
result.
up and
Man
traffic backed
alive.
up to, yeah, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading
some of
through.
them.
Tower
Yeah,
out
the
to
do-it-yourself.
That is construction related.
That's a good
if you're
one
heading
to
into the
talk
high
about.
country,
Hold on.
still looking at some
I'm
awfully
making a
slow conditions
do-it-yourself.
and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the famed Dilbert comic strip artist, author, podcaster, and everyone's internet dad, Scott Adams. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Hey, if you're looking for a steel building, you're going to come up against a lot of phony baloney saying they're with the factory. You know, there are very few steel building factories, but we do have one, and they're truly direct to the consumer. GreatWesternBuildings.com, a giant factory in Grand Junction employing 150 Coloradans, and they give 100% American steel, and it is guaranteed for life. If you're looking for a garage, a warehouse, an airplane hangar, a riding arena, whatever it is, go to GreatWesternBuildings.com. They serve all 50 states. 303-495-5701. Truly direct from the factory with good, honest dealings. GreatWesternBuildings.com. Hey, speaking of steel or exterior buildings and all that stuff, what about keeping your home secure? You can have vinyl coated steel siding. You have an aluminum siding. You can have everlasting. You can have a line siding. Let me just tell you something. When it comes to siding, K&H has the answer. K&H Home Solutions. Listen to this. They have wonderful windows and doors as well. So window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, including heritage, 65 years strong. I know the owners. They're great people. If you're looking to spruce up your home with energy efficiency and beauty, khwindows.com, including painting pros, khwindows.com.
Thank you.
These cameras I got for our office, getting $10,000 for the full security system. So I went to Best Buy and I got some. They're like main cameras, but they literally have a solar panel and put the hub inside for home security. I was super skeptical they were going to work. It's better than our $10,000 system.
Let's talk about that.
That's really cool, man. I love the image quality you get. In
Wait till I tell you about some of the things they can do.
They're powered by the sun.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
So you never have to do anything.
Do you have to?
I didn't think they were going to work. I wasn't going to plug them in. You know, like,
So I can do it, but if I do it for my airplane hangar, it needs to have Wi-Fi or something, right?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
No word on Kevin.
Oh, damn. Okay, tell her we're trying to get him on.
Yep.
Did you text him?
I did.
Hey,
Cindy, we're still trying to get our expert on for the electrical, so just hang with us. And,
Is this live
we're gonna
in
keep
real
trying,
time?
okay?
That's so
hang on.
good.
Okay. All right. Well,
So
I've
how many
got your number,
cameras
so,
and what do they
if
cost
you
you?
need to go, we'll try to get him on for tomorrow
Dude, that's awesome. That's a stalker's
or
dream.
later on today.
because it's wide open.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Sure. What city are you in over there? Oh, okay. God, I've been to Casper in the winter before. It was so fucking cold. Wow. Was it at least a good deal? There was no negotiation.
Hello, is this Hope? This is Kelly. This is from
Hey,
the
Dee,
Tom
nice
Martino
job on that Johnson
show.
control case.
And you had called us
What's that?
regarding an
He said
I
great
said, nice
job.
job on that Johnson control case.
Oh, thank you. I think you were
Nice
there
chunk
when we
of-
took the call.
didn't necessarily leave
Damn.
on the voicemail.
That's a double dinger.
Double dinger.
Thanks. Thank you, Bo.
Ding, ding, ding.
And this is your Gmail account?
Look at this. So, I wanted to
All right,
put these in
Hope.
another office.
Hang on for me, and we'll get you on with Tom as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
But it has added like manage home, so I can just keep adding houses. That'll be all the separate cameras, but it'll just be like each different address.
Dude, that is
It's
such...
awesome. It's so much better than like the one we had.
How long does it take you to drive to Casper?
Way too long. It's
About 4 hours or so, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
if I beat traffic from Fort Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do a day trip up there, but it's not.
Yeah, it's way too much driving for one day.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Cindy, we don't have our expert on, but we're going to get him on. So please hang in there. We'll get him on. Hope, what's going on with your Yahoo email? Hope?
Yeah, I've been blocked out of it for some time, and I've gone as far as I can go. Every phone number they give me, it takes me to where they have me take a
Screenshot?
picture of my driver's license front and back, and then a selfie, and then it denies verification. And I think the system is what messed me up in the first place.
How long have you been locked out of your email?
More than 2 weeks.
And did it happen just suddenly one day, or were you having problems?
Well, the problem was kind of a simple one to start with. I had lost the shortcut on my desktop computer. I could still just open up Yahoo easily on my phone.
All right, hold on, Hope, and we'll come right back to you. Hang on, okay?
Yep.
Oh, for the love of God.
What's that for? The love of
You might
God.
have gotten Kevin.
Oh. We have an electrical issue with a car locking.
I wish we were having an electrical issue with her feet.
Yeah.
Hang on for me. All right, hang on. Holy God.
Ross was talking about sex trafficking and, in particular, massages with happy endings. And I said, I was offered that once, but I don't like happy endings, so instead we just watched Marley and Me.
Oh.
What? It was nice.
Sure.
You know the dog dies, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
What?
You mean what? Marley and Me. With that one guy with the funny nose.
Oh, yeah, him.
Mm-hmm.
Dog does die.
That's true.
Although the Jan loves the dog.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. I have Kevin.
Excellent.
Wasn't he?
Excellencio.
What? Doesn't that mean be quiet?
Excellencio.
Silencio? Or is that song? Oh, that's that one that's on trumpet, right?
What?
For the Marines?
What are you talking about?
El Silencio. Come on, you guys know it. El Silencio. Yeah. Now, I hate to affect our chance to monetize YouTube.
I'm going to run up and get another cup of cafe. Oh, no, well, I'm going to take a little walk. I might have to come down a little fast. It's 11 on the morning. If you come back and talk about where I'm
El Silencio. You do it like for the Marines or something.
For the love of God, Shannon.
What?
No, it's not quite like sukiyaki. Love sukiyaki. I think I used to hear this at like a Fur's cafeteria once in a while. Oh, it was this sort of stuff always at the damn Fur's. Telling my grandma, I want to go get more cream corn. Floyd Kramer, the best.
What's going on?
Enough of that.
The Porsche. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you still? A what? How bad is the sparkle?
It doesn't matter if you see sparkles. Doesn't matter. It means there's metal and metal friction.
But is there any symptom? Drivability.
Drives fine, but I changed the oil in like the I forget what it is. The bearings or whatever. Those bearings. So the wanderings go out.
Trump is meeting with the Australian Prime Minister. One of my favorite jokes is, you know what a French kiss is? What about an Australian kiss?
What with aircraft?
It's the same thing, but down
we
under.
Spread out the oil and look for sparkles, but then we have it analyzed because there are certain ones that are normal wear in aircraft, and then
Good day,
there's
mate.
a certain amount, but they can tell from an oil analysis. Titan Labs. Have you ever had an oil analysis done? They can tell you what's wearing, and if it's excessive.
Again, has anyone noticed the government shutdown?
What year is it?
He said it could affect SNAP benefits. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Where's your? But you have your car with you. So you were just changing the oil and you noticed it? It's that bad that you noticed it?
It's pretty sparkly. You have a tow truck, winch it up. They'll use that as an excuse to deny you a claim.
Yeah, yeah. They could do that.
Say, guys, I in your trash can. You have the deep trash is in there. Do you think the trash, your trash, needs to be
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This is the Troubleshooter Show where we're solving your problems, answering questions, taking complaints. We're doing the best we can for you. All you have to do is call if you have a problem, a question, a complaint. By the way, did you hear about Toyota? A new luxury brand they're releasing? Yeah, it's called the Century. It's a new luxury brand. It's above and beyond the Lexus above and beyond.
Well, Tom, I'm very familiar with the Toyota Century.
Yeah, isn't that in the Asian markets already?
Yeah, it's a JDM only car.
Yeah, that's right.
It has been for decades.
And it's coming to America.
It is?
Yeah, and they're making a few different models of it. It's a completely different brand.
Yes, so Toyota Century has been manufactured since the 1960s. And until a few years ago, they came with a V12 engine. And they were sold for government use, CEOs, and the Yakuza bosses. It's the interior is made of wool. There are curtains on the windows. Now, Toyota doesn't build that car. The Century, for the Century building, they've contracted with a coach builder in Japan. And so they send the parts over to the coach builder, and the coach builder assembles this car for Toyota.
It looks like a Bentley or a Rolls Royce.
Yeah, I haven't seen what's meant for the, until now, it's been only for the Japanese domestic market. So I'm not familiar with what they're planning to release into the United States, but I think it's going to be just the brand. I don't think it's going to be, built to order by this coach builder in Japan. But I'm going to research it. This is a fascinating topic.
Yeah, so it was once a model of Japanese only, and used for limos a lot.
Yep.
So are they big cars?
No, it's a tiny car. It's about the size of a Nissan Maxima.
Really?
But remember, in Japan, they don't have giant cars like, our Lincoln Town car.
Let's go to the phones, and we have this car locking issue, and then we have this email thing, but we do have Kevin Calkin on. So I'm going to go to the car locking issue, then the Yahoo email. And Cindy, one day you just noticed that your car locked, the keys were inside it. Luckily, you were home and you were able to get the other key or the fob. And normally, it never locked when your key was in the car. You never had to worry about locking yourself out. And did it
Well, it's kind of done that off and on. One time it locked while my key was in the car and the car was running. And that was when I was really glad I was home, because then I could get the other key fob, but it wouldn't open with the fob part. I had to actually get the little key thing out to open it, to turn my car off. So,
and then ever since then, how often does it do it? It's intermittent. How often does it do it?
Well, it's done it 4, 5, 6 times, but now I'm paranoid, so I'm very cognizant of even if I'm just getting out at the mailbox, I take my purse out with me to make sure I have my key, or I leave the door open when I'm getting gas or something, just to make sure that doesn't happen when I'm away from home.
Kevin, what causes? Is there a sensor that knows when the key's in the car and doesn't lock? Is there any kind of a sensor?
Yeah, the body control module controls a lot of it. What kind of car is it?
It's a 2022 Honda CR-V hybrid.
Okay. Yeah, they've had some problems with the door latches in those, but it's not very common.
Are you saying though that a body control module could correct it?
Well, the body control module controls it, so it's what recognizes the key that's in the ignition and won't let you lock your keys. Well, so that's what's odd. Yeah.
Okay, the key in the ignition, but what about the key just being in the car? For example, mine, obviously newer cars now, you just have the fob with you. You press the button, it starts.
Yep. Now, she should have on that car, if I'm not mistaken, they have what they call the walk away, where the car will lock when you get away from it.
Do you have that, Cindy, normally?
I don't know. Do you mean when the key's still in it, it will lock?
No, but when you used to take the key out and walk away, did it lock automatically?
It auto lock.
Yeah, it will just automatically lock by itself without. It does it when the key's in it too. But when I have the key out of it, and let's say I go from the garage into the house, it will lock.
Yeah.
Right.
So Kevin,
there may be something that's not recognizing the key is in the car is the problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's part of the body control module?
Yeah, it could be a programming issue, or you can also, I think there's a way to work around that self-lock where you can turn it off without a lot of work. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure you can turn those off.
So that's what it is. It's but it's somehow it's not sensing the key is in the car.
Why is it even locking in the first place, though? Doesn't it sense that the key has left the car and then it locks?
Yeah,
Well, that's the
she.
theory, yeah.
It's just randomly locking with the key in the car, which is weird. Kevin, but this is something you guys work on, right?
Oh yeah. We can look into that for sure.
But Cindy, really, it's not something that can be easily analyzed on the phone. But they know these electrical issues. They really do. So if I were you, I'd run over there. And Kevin, let's just go right to it. If it needed a body control module, what is worst case scenario on a body control module?
They can be a little spendy. I mean, typically you're in that $800 to $1,500 range for body control module and programming. Yeah.
What year is this car, Cindy?
22.
It's a 2022.
Yeah, it may not be worth.
Have you tried switching keys? Leave that key home and take the spare and see if it'll do it to you with the spare key.
Okay.
Have you tried that?
Just for argument's sake, sometimes you can get a weird transmission from the key that it won't transmit properly. So keep the key you're using now as a spare and put the other one in and see if it continues to lock.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, and then also, Kevin, you
At
said
home. I'm not going to do it when I'm out and about.
That's
because
right. Kevin,
that's still
also
my
she
paranoid
said,
thing.
let's just say she doesn't want to put that money into an older car. It's not that old, but you can turn that off.
I'm pretty sure you can, yes. I don't know off the top of my head, but a lot of those you can turn that off, yes.
Thank you. Cindy, thank you for calling. And here's Sheridan Auto Tech. It's 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. So, Hope, while you were on hold, I looked this up, and apparently there's a lot of hacking that goes on. And when they suspect something, of course, you didn't get, it's not that you got locked out. It's likely someone else got in, unless when you lost your shortcut on your desktop, if you made a lot of login attempts, it would shut you out. So what happened? Did it all start after you lost your shortcut to Yahoo Mail, the one you kept on your desktop?
Yeah, I was actually on with the Geek Squad to help get that shortcut back on my desktop. And in that process, it just took me in circles. It would have me change the password, then it wouldn't accept it. I'd finally have to drop password until I changed it several times. And so that's what it says, that because of multiple times. The other thing is that it has confused. I have a Gmail address also that I had not used except for one newsletter that I edit. And it confuses it. Like after I change my Yahoo password, I get a message saying, now you've changed your password for Gmail. And so that there's that confusion. But, I mean, the thing is they sent a code to my phone and my husband's phone, and still it wouldn't let me in.
Really?
It would ask for an
so right now, is Yahoo email your main email, or were you using Gmail? Can you get into your Gmail?
I can get into my Gmail, yeah. But my Yahoo, I've had it for probably 25 years or more, and it has all my stuff, all our medical stuff.
So Hope, here's all I'm asking. If you try to log into Yahoo and there's a place there for forgot my password, can't you just go through that process and get back in?
No, it doesn't let me in then. Then it asks for another code and asks for an authentication code, which the only one I had written down, I keep a file all the time, and it won't accept that. And that's
No. When it says an authentication code, what it means is one that they send you at the time of login. Did you have the Geek Squad come over to your house?
I have been down to Geek Squad more than once, and I was there the last.
Did you? And you brought your computer with you?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And they could not get into your email?
No, they said I'd have to call this number that I was being given, and when I called, then I had to take pictures of my driver's license and myself.
Man, that sounds weird.
And they said they're not allowed to go in on a individual account to help with it. Then I don't. Yeah, it doesn't tell you the reason for failed verification. So there are several things I've wondered about. At first, I had my
I don't
old
think.
address
By the
that I-
way, I don't think it's a hack. That's the good news. I think it's just what happened was when you lost your shortcut, you had multiple attempts. They shut it down for security reasons, and now you just have to have it reactivated. That's the good news. But you're saying that the Geek Squad itself could not get you reactivated, and you were right there with them, and it asked you.
Yeah.
And what was the issue that came up that they couldn't help you with? Like normally it's not impossible to get in there. I mean, they have a process. So what about the process is hanging you up?
The process is they have me take a picture of my front driver's license, and then a selfie, and then it says verification failed. So, yeah, I was at the Geek Squad when I did it the first time. And then so I told them, I said, I'm at Geek Squad. Can I have them verify my identity? And then the Geek Squad, they aren't allowed to do that. And I'm not sure that Yahoo would have taken it anyway.
You need
Yeah, so it's
someone.
just-
You really need. So you have a laptop that you took to Geek Squad, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking. I wondered if you had a recommendation of someone that I can.
That's exactly.
contact.
Yes, I do. I have someone, and let me get him. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't even know if he's on the referral list, but I've used Charlie for so many things. Let me just check it out here, and let me get his name. Charlie Dunham. He's just a real. Oh, here he is. He's a great guy, and he's called Colorado Computers. He does make house calls. So let me give you his number.
Okay.
His name is Charlie, okay? It's Colorado Computers, Charlie. His number is 720-641 0708. He's very smart. He's helped me on a lot of things, and I think if he can't help you, he might have a referral. But there is certainly nothing we can do now on the phone. We have a couple comments on these keys. If you guys could hang on, I'll come to you right after this, but I do have to take a break. 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, right now doing free market valuations of your home. It's a weird market. If you want to know what your house will sell for on the market and what you'll net under these conditions, he'll take into consideration comparables, the neighborhood, supply and demand, interest rates, all of the factors to get you an accurate price of what you can expect for your home. And there's no obligation at all. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
I should have had Done Right do it. Don't be that person that says this.
Anytime we can do it. As soon as we get a little break here, we just have a couple comments.
Windows and doors.
Yeah, I just don't like callers waiting a lot, but we'll have plenty of time.
800-362-8370.
Great Western Buildings. We're talking about Great Western Buildings, American steel, 100% American steel, a real factory direct to you. And the factory's right here in Colorado. So if you're looking for a steel building, don't go to these phony balonies. There's so many ripoffs in the steel building industry. You want GreatWesternBuildings.com. A lifetime guarantee on the steel, a 40-year guarantee on the finish. GreatWesternBuildings.com. We have direct to the consumer in 50 states, 303-495-5701, GreatWesternBuildings.com. Hey, how many times do you hear about people trying to get you to invest your money with them? Well, I have Wave 8 Wealth Management that I started because I was so confused with the industry and found out that 98% of them are not financial advisors to you, but simply take your money and place them with larger advisors. It's called TAMP, Turnkey Asset Management Program. Ask your advisor, are you part of a TAMP, or do you actually babysit my money and take care of the trades? Because that's what we do. Wave 8 Wealth Management. You can reach us at wave8capital.com. Wave8capital.com. Yes, it's my company. I started it for myself and made it available to the public. Here's the number, 303-771-HELP.
Oh, okay.
Cutting.
What is Discount Bank? What the fuck is Discount Bank? I've never heard of
Is
that.
that what's on the screen? Why didn't you do it?
No. I'm talking about at 11:45. Discount Bank.
Well, you better read up on the copy. It's a new bank that discounts everything.
Honest to God, I never heard of them.
You ever tell somebody to go sit in their garage and run their car?
And then suck the exhaust and suck the exhaust.
Yeah, but they have Tesla. Does that piss you off?
That's funny.
I like Discount Bank.
Boom. The luxury car brand. Man, does this car look beautiful. You said the Century's been around a long time.
I think I've seen some of them around Denver, like the older ones when they get imported. They have like the pillows and stuff in the back, and they look like almost.
They are absolutely beautiful. Holy crap. This one doesn't look like, this looks like a big car, man. Holy.
Rolls Royce are overpriced.
No.
I think all cars are overpriced.
Well,
Next.
absolutely, but just to get a reclining back seat, I don't think you should have to pay $150 plus. Like, that seems like maybe a $10,000 seat. So take like a, $70K Mercedes, put.
Look at this car
in there.
Look at it.
Oh my gosh! Look, that's sweet. It looks like a Bentley almost. It's like a mixture. Bentley Rolls.
Jesus. Hi, kitty. Man. Wow, the inside is beautiful. They're not here yet, but they're coming. What? No, it's going to be 2025. Yep. Spacious, innovative. Wow. Golly. Toyota's a superior company.
This is Lee Hadid, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how the greatest ditch in the world came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jay has a comment on keys. Go ahead, Jay. The woman was saying all of a sudden her car locks ran intermittently or randomly, and sometimes the fob is in the car, and if she wasn't home, she'd be locked out. What do you think, Jay?
If it's the key and she has both of them with her, it might still do it. So Kevin suggested she take only the one key, the other key, but she's hesitant because it could lock her out and then she's without a key.
Exactly.
So some cars you can just go down and get a regular key made, not a fob key, and it'll run the door manually, but it won't start the car or anything like that. But you can get a $5 key made to get in if you're locked out.
That's what I was thinking. Just put that in a hide a key or something like that, just in case.
Stick in your purse, your pocket, hide a key, anything. Just keep the keys very far separated so that it's either going to turn out to be a key or
Right.
it's going to be
Then
the
you can
module.
trace the key that's the offender. Kevin, you had a comment? What was yours, Kevin?
Yeah, actually, I had a 24 HRV that did the same thing. What I did is I just went into my settings, vehicle settings on your dashboard, and you can turn that setting off, like to where you walk away and it locks automatically, just so that we didn't have that issue anymore.
Did it stop
That's the easiest
Did
way
it
to do
stop
it.
it from happening?
Yeah, it didn't. It did not do it anymore. So, it worked for us.
Yeah.
Never happened again. So
Now-
and it's a temporary fix, right?
No,
But-
I get what you're saying. At least it won't lock you out. Thank you, Kevin. I know, like in my car, for example, if I walk away, it'll lock. It doesn't do it 100% of the time, but about 99% of the time, it locks when I walk away and I have the key. If I keep the key in the car and walk away, it does not lock. So I don't even know what would cause that to screw up. It's some kind of sensor that is not sensing the keys in the car, but at the same time, doesn't it have to sense that the key is away from the car for it to lock? Yes. So somehow that sensor is screwed up. Elijah has an issue with a driver's license. Elijah, what's going on with you? Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Elijah, what's happening?
So I've had driving without a restraint. I've never had a license nor permit. I'm under restraint till next November.
What does that mean,
And
under
I'm just trying
restraint?
to
What does that mean, Elijah, under restraint?
I can no longer get a license according to them until November.
Okay, but you said you never had a license?
That is correct, sir.
Never. And were
Never.
you
I've never even had a permit.
Okay. So were you stopped one time and the cops figured out, or the courts figured out, that you never had a license, and then they suspended the privilege for a certain date?
Yes, and then I got caught again under revocation, so they suspended it until the November.
So
now I'm
right
just trying
now,
to figure out
you're going to
because I
be
already
eligible. Let me get this straight. Right now, due to past violations, you were you couldn't get a license, but you can apply in November. Is that right?
Yeah, next November.
Okay.
Next
So
year.
what is your question?
I'm just trying to figure out what I can do or who could help me. Possibly look at getting my license because I've been law abiding since my last ticket. So I'm just trying to figure out getting a license.
Okay. Have you ever thought of going to one of these driving schools where they take you through a course and you get a license?
I can't. Even if I do the driving school, I still wouldn't be able to get it because of my revocation.
Tom, if I understand him correctly, he's ineligible for a driver's license until November of next year. And if I understand his
Yes, sir.
concern correctly, he's wondering if there's a way for him to get it sooner.
Is that what you're asking, Elijah?
Yes, sir.
So you're not, if you waited until November of 2026, you would be able to apply as a regular applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you want to do it sooner. I don't know of anything. Now, maybe an attorney can do it. Hey, Kachina, can we check with Joe to see if he can address this? Joe Lazara?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, he deals with this all the time with DUIs. Maybe he has an idea. Hold on a second, and we will get Joe Lazara on to talk about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here's a text that talks about, I'm going to paraphrase it. Now that there's a government shutdown, you will notice there are no chemtrails in the sky. They're claiming that's because the government airplanes spreading these chemicals are not flying now. Therefore, there are no chemtrails. You know, it takes a very special kind of moron to believe in chemtrails, you know, and do not understand that it's a normal atmospheric conditions when airplanes fly. But he's saying if it's normal atmospheric conditions, why do we not see them during the government shutdown?
People get really into that kind of stuff.
Oh my
Just the
God.
wormholes, they go
But
so
no
deep.
one has ever told me logically why the government is seeding the sky with chemicals.
Or how they can keep it such a secret. We don't have any airlines that got
Well,
busted.
now, at least this guy doesn't believe the airlines are doing it. He believes that they are government airplanes doing it. What do you think?
I can't believe how long this has been going on.
No. I mean, people do believe that. We got more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget your Compass insurance checkup free of charge to find out if you have enough coverage, if you're not overpaying for coverage, or if they can beat the coverage. They represent 25 or 30 independent companies. That's theinsurancehelpcenter.com, 303-996-9000.
Thank you.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver.
What theory that we're all
Now, impact traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how the greatest ditch in the world came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
It's open enrollment time, and this is the time of year the government gives us to choose or make changes to health insurance. Don't assume your insurance is being renewed as it was, and things are changing, and there's a lot more expense involved. So have the experts at Integra Health Insurance, IntegraInsurance.com, help you. They help you. It's free of charge to you, and you don't ever save money going direct. Made simple and smart, they can help you find the best plan for you. Let them sift through the thousands of options and get the best plan for you. Integra Insurance, whether you're on a Medicare supplement, Medicare Advantage, or regular independent health insurance. 303-466-5500. The people we recommend, 466-5500, IntegraInsurance.com.
Thank you. Ouch.
Hey, Shannon, can you hear me?
Where are you?
I don't know where I'm at.
Are you in the studio?
I'm in the parking lot. No, I'm in the studio. iHeart. Or maybe it's the other studio. There he goes. Tom, can I
Yeah.
talk to Henry?
He's right
What's up?
here.
How are you?
Hey, Henry. Hey, I want to ask you. I'm going to ask you a question during the show, but I want to give you a heads up.
Absolutely.
It's about sheathing on a roof,
Okay.
and it's about do you need a separate permit for it?
The answer is
So-
no on that one.
Okay, I'm still going to ask it.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
All right. Thanks. Interesting.
How are you guys doing over there? Who's all in the station?
I'm just by myself eating peanuts and
None of your business.
Oh, none of your business.
Oh man.
I'm by myself, Henry. Just grabbing onto a few mics. So Shannon, if you can hear me, I didn't mean to snoop up on you the other day. I just saw your door open. I thought somebody
Oh,
broke.
and you didn't see smoke signals coming out the top?
I didn't want to. Once you were in the van, I didn't want to. I stayed away and didn't want to ask any
Yeah,
questions.
well, I wouldn't be the one getting scared.
Okay, you're doing something back there. I thought somebody broke in.
No, not yet.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Elijah wants to know if he can get a driver's license. So let's go to before his suspension or revocation is up. Joe Lazara, Elijah was caught driving without a license, and then he was driving under revocation, and now he lost the privilege to even apply for a license until November of 2026. Have you ever heard of beating this, Joe, in any way, shape, or form?
So if he's revoked until that date, unless there's an alcohol-related conviction, he has to ride out that term.
Now, what do you mean? Unless there's an alcohol-related conviction, what do you mean?
Yeah, so typically, which is weird, is with a DUI case, if someone has a DUI case, a lot of times they're eligible for early reinstatement. And so then they would be able to reinstate early. If it's just you're driving under revocation and you don't have a license at the time, that it just simply extends that revocation and you have to wait until that time is up.
Wow. So if you're actually under suspension for alcohol, there's a quicker way back.
There is. It's usually restricted, and there's a requirement to have the interlock.
Okay. So I understand, because they're saying it's a problem we can deal with the interlock and with that, as opposed to a guy that just broke the law several times. I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Yep. They want to give the alcohol-related offenders back on the road with the safety precaution of the interlock, and allow them to work and to continue.
Now,
doing the
so there's
classes.
no. Well, what is this thing about a restricted license to go to and from work? If Elijah just needed a license to go to and from work because he was driving under revocation. First of all, he never had a license, by the way, ever. So the first time he was caught, he did not have a license at all, and then. Then he was caught again after I don't even know what they revoked. Elijah, the first time you were caught, you didn't really have a revocation because they didn't have a license to revoke. Is that right?
Yeah, I've never had a license, a permit, nothing.
So the first time you were caught, they said you can't drive anymore, and then you were caught driving.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe. What do they call that when you're stopped and you never had a license? They don't revoke anything, do they? What is it called?
Yeah, they're revoking his driving privileges, even though he doesn't have driving privileges.
Okay.
He's under revocation.
Okay.
And what that does is that it continues to extend revocation. Had he hired me or reinstated prior to pleading, likely most DAs are working with individuals to get them their license back and have them legal, have them insured and on the road.
Okay, so bottom line was it was not. I mean, he just screwed up, and you're going to have to wait, Elijah, until next year. Joe Lazzara, we're getting into a holiday. Thank you for calling, Elijah. We're getting into the holiday season, and the days are becoming shorter. Many times, for some reason, people during this time of year, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, they have a lot of parties at the office and all of that. Truly, this needs to be said. There are a lot of DUIs this time of year. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah. In fact, from Halloween to Christmas, or actually past New Year's, it's insane the number of DUIs. And Halloween is the biggest day of the month, the biggest day of the year.
Which one is?
Halloween.
Really?
For DUI arrests.
Wow.
I would have thought it would be New Year's.
I know it.
I would too.
But okay, I have a question, Joe, because this comes up a lot. If you think you're being smart, you sit in your car and you say, I'm not driving, and you fall asleep, you can still be charged.
You can. So what happens a lot is, people have the engine running, even though you're not driving, that's still driving. Or if you have the keys in your pocket or the keys in the ignition or the console and you're in the driver's seat, that can still be deemed driving. Are you in actual physical control of the motor vehicle? Can it be placed in motion with minimal effort? That's the criteria. So if you do want to be smart, put the keys in the trunk, crawl in the back seat.
And here's another thing you mentioned one time that surprised the hell out of me. Some people might pull over and get a night's sleep, but they're still intoxicated the next day.
Yeah, sad but true. It takes, alcohol a significant period of time to be eliminated from your body. And a lot of times when people have crazy nights, they're out partying or celebrating, that next morning they're still intoxicated. And you got to remember, for Colorado, the legal limit is a 0.05. That's impaired to the slightest degree.
So how much do you have to drink to get 0.05 if you're, let's say, a male, 180 pounds?
Probably 2 drinks.
Jeez.
Wow. That's
crazy.
Wow. I think, my God, just think about it. 2 drinks. Yeah. How many people have you seen at a bar with more than 2 drinks?
Oh, of course.
So, and there's a time element, right, Joe? I mean, 2 drinks over 5 hours or 3 drinks over 3 hours. I mean, that makes a difference too, right?
Absolutely. So it's like how much time has elapsed, how far are they being spaced apart? A lot of people take the approach 1 drink an hour, but you can still be well over that legal limit, even trying to be responsible.
Joe, why do cops always seem to ask you where you're coming from and where you're going?
A couple different reasons. One, they want to establish, yes, I'm coming from a bar, or I've been coming from a place of where I've been drinking. That's number one. But number two, it's a confusing question sometimes in the sense that people have a difficult time elaborating where they're coming from. They don't know what city. A lot of times they're in the wrong city, heading the wrong way, different things of that sort.
All right, so that's a clue to them. And are cops allowed to stop you and without any reason, like just because it's late at night, and let's say they see you leaving a bar or you're in the vicinity of where there was a party or something, do they have to have a reason to stop you? This is an age-old question. When it comes to DUIs, do they have to have a reason to pull you over?
Absolutely. They have to have a valid legal basis or an articulable basis, in fact, for suspecting criminal activity to pull you over. And what they're doing is they may follow you from a bar. They may follow you from that location. And what they're looking for is any type of traffic offense. Are you failing to signal? Are you making wide turns? Are you weaving within or outside your lane? Speeding? That gives them the legal justification.
Joe, so just leaving a bar is not probable cause. They can't pull you. Okay.
Okay, that's good to know. Another thing, should you ever refuse a breathalyzer?
The breathalyzer on scene, called a PBT or portable breath test, that is a part of a roadside. That's just going to tell you whether or not there's alcohol on board. But refusing a chemical test like a blood or breath, especially in the southern jurisdictions, they're just treating it as a refusal, getting a warrant, and drawing your blood anyway. So, and then you're looking at harsher license ramifications. So I would tell you clearly, if you're sober, take a test. The only time I would ever tell somebody not to take a test is perhaps if they're highly intoxicated and they have multiple offenses. But otherwise, I think it's probably in their best interest to comply. Each case is different, though.
All right. Joe Lazzara, by the way, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. You can find him at referralist.com. 303-429-6200. More right after this.
Yep.
Now, impact traffic.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile.
Do you want me to
Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. Sure. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the famed Dilbert comic strip artist, author, podcaster, and everyone's internet dad, Scott Adams. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Discount Bath is a place you want to call for discounts, and they mean it. Put them to the test for the best value and best prices for your bathroom. Give them a call, 720-979-2322, or go to discountbath.com and you'll get an upload link where you can send a video of your project. Take your smartphone, walk to the bathroom, give it a holler. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do that. They'll send you a price without coming to your home. Discountbath.com. Vestera Turnkey is a system for becoming a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. They will hold your hand through the whole process, buying a home, managing a home, everything in between, and then selling the home for extraordinary returns that they have seen. And they go to hot markets that they've researched with their exclusive proprietary research. So if you want to be a landlord and you want to be part of it, VesteraTurnkey.com. That's Vestera, 303-888-3788.
Very nice.
Okay.
Really almost above average.
I'm going to turn this off. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Very proud.
It's okay. He's gone in 8 minutes.
F off.
Should have Joe Lazzara in studio sometime, Tom. I bet he'd generate a lot of calls.
I think they're off ordering pizza.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
that's important.
No, probably sandwiches. It's Monday.
Maybe Mexican Monday. That's what it is.
Taco Tuesday.
So, Shannon, when's the last time you drove that van? Your van.
Taco Tuesday usually leads direct down their Wednesday for me.
Oh.
Well, you don't really like the spice.
Nope. Told
Over
you
that.
I'm gonna patent sour cream infused toilet paper.
Wow.
$1 billion idea. That and heads up lyrics display in your car. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be able to drive along and know the lyrics while you're driving and not take your eyes off the road? So you'd finally know that he's saying, there's a bad moon on the rise, not there's a bathroom on the right. There's a bad moon on the rise.
Nobody ever said that.
Everybody did. As a matter of fact, Fogerty made a video recently backstage at a concert where the camera comes walking up to him and he goes, oh, yeah, right over there. There's a bathroom on the right. And then he keeps walking. He did it. He played along. It's just like the time that Elton John and Tony Danza got together to remake the song. Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
Why do I listen to you?
I'm reasonably sure I am your bad karma, so shut up. First of all, shut up.
Captive audience in there in that dungeon
When
control
other people
room.
are a little put off by me, I'm like, you did something, like Grosse Point Blank. You did something to bring me here.
That's Adam's whole thing with
You're a-
firing people.
You're a bad guy.
He completely, he fired a 9-month pregnant woman with 2 other kids.
Hopefully she brought them to the firing so
But-
he could see the look in all of their eyes.
But here's the thing, like he always said, you come in there with HR, they sit on the table, they're like, listen,
We're going to make a change, but here we go, Tom.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-8255. So, Henry Bretz, Excel Roofing. We haven't talked much about roofing, but we had this question come up the other day. Auxiliary claims. What are auxiliary claims? Because people get concerned about them. What are they?
So
and you got to get close. You got to really get close to the mic there, bro. Thank you.
just give me like a little bit more context on what you're asking.
Okay, you give a bid for a roof.
Yes.
You find more damage.
Okay, yep. So for supplements.
Supplements.
Yep.
Okay. What are supplements that commonly come up?
So some big supplements that come up are things like just ice and water shield and then different components of the roof that the insurance doesn't approve in the beginning, right? So they don't come forthright with that money. And so the roofing contractor, we come back to the insurance company and tell them, hey, according to jurisdiction code, whatever it is, we're required to have these line items. And then we request that it's added to that claim.
Okay. So when are supplement items declined? If they say, wait a minute, that ice and water shield's old. It's not damaged by the storm itself. It's just old.
So, it is necessary to replace that according to code in order to redo the roof.
So you present it as a code upgrade as opposed to
it's a like replacement, and if they don't have it, it's required by code. So within their paperwork, that's usually in there almost.
And code upgrades are usually included in a roof claim.
Yes, and those are required. So certain elevations up in the mountains, they require like gutter protection.
Yeah.
That's actually a code upgrade. So when we redo the roof, we
You do the gutter protection. Okay, so then that comes to the topic of sheathing or decking. That's the hardwood underneath the roof.
Yes.
The hardwood underneath the roof. We've gotten a lot of homeowners where the insurance says, "Hey, dude, that's 30 years old. That's not from the storm. So you will do your roof, but you're paying for the decking."
Yeah, so we certainly see that come up a lot. And the really important thing about this is the roofing contractor, they need to check in the attic first. They need to make sure it's not spaced or it's not bad decking, because what we run into all the time is they don't check that and then they go and redo the roof and then the insurance won't pay for it. So then there's a bill that hasn't been paid for all this,
decking.
OSB or decking. Exactly. And so it's so important that before a homeowner gets their roof done, they have a good contractor go in their attic.
And you guys check the attic.
Absolutely.
And then you put in the deck claim from the beginning.
Exactly.
And it's easier to get paid because then if it's not up to code, it's a code upgrade, which is included, as opposed to them saying it's wear and tear. So always have a roofer check in the attic the decking when they file the claim. More coming up.
Very nice.
Okay, we definitely got it.
You know what?
We're not.
It's a texture thing with me. I can't do. Do you guys like scallops?
Not really. It's a little like.
But the texture is
bump
weird.
snot, you know.
Yeah.
It's like an oyster shot. Have you done those? And it's just like you might as well suck something out of somebody's nose. It is awful.
It is really bad. I will not disagree.
You don't need to get emptied or full.
No, I'm good. I had to
Comes
do a whole bunch of
dragging.
raw stuff.
Hey, thanks.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you did.
I watched the video and told him word by word what was said.
Hey,
Although,
he must have fixed it because he sat at that position thing. Yeah.
It was okay.
And he didn't complain about it for the rest of the show, so.
I hated the whole thing. I cannot tell you the stress that was swapping out that monitor. Gina was pissed. She couldn't see it. Ross tells her.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Move to the power seat.
Yeah.
I told you that story.
Of course, yeah.
She gets over there, and then the next day, Ross was talking to her, and she says, "Yeah, but Marty kept punching the screen, and it's fucked up." We got screens downstairs. I can swap it out. Do you want it done tomorrow or never?
You want it done fast or
never next month?
Yeah.
He goes, "Well, you go ahead and try it tomorrow." And that was Friday.
Okay.
Before he left.
Oh, okay.
So it's like, well,
So it was already changed over before you left.
No. I did it right when he left.
Oh.
Marty's gone
That night.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Thursday we're talking about the monitors. I said I'll do it over the weekend.
Yeah, gotcha.
He's gone. And only Gina at one point did say something about I was trying to move this on the screen. I figured out a way to do it, but not getting into the play all the shit. She just plays along. And so we talked about it. She fixed it, and then he gets here. Oh, I need to get into the.
He can't help himself.
Make sure that the ones and zeros are in the right order. Son of a bitch, dude! Ross, he likes fiddling around under the hood, which is a joke you could make about dogs.
Oh, good lord.
It's true.
Sure.
He probably hasn't done any fiddling in years.
Let's get a look under the hood, shall we?
Oh my god.
If you're driving a Volvo. What?
Oh my god.
Thank you. I thank you and your people for what they've done.
Yep.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. The trillion you can live on. In fact, you could save up to 8 lives with your gifts. Your heart could keep beating. Your kidneys could keep filtering. And when testing, keep on digesting for others. And that's not all. You can improve the lives of 50 more people as an eye and tissue donor, restoring sight and health. And you're not just helping out the person receiving a transplant. You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register in minutes. Just go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
KHOW News Time, 12:03. With a red flag warning in effect for the Denver Metro today, there is increased fire risk and potential power impacts. Colorado Emergency Management's Nikki Trost tells Fox 31, anyone in the red flag warning area needs to be extra cautious about what they do outside.
Stay away from anything that is going to start a fire, spark a fire. Wait until later in the week, wait till next week to do any of that type of activity.
Xcel Energy says they're activating enhanced power line safety settings along the Front Range to reduce wildfire risk. Xcel says they do not expect to conduct any public safety power shutoffs, but this is still expected to be a significant weather event, and any outages due to the weather could last for an extended period. There was a deadly plane crash in Erie yesterday afternoon. According to Erie police, a small single-engine plane crashed just east of the runway, and 2 out-of-state individuals were killed. The FAA and NTSB will be conducting a full investigation. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic from the Superstore Car Wash Traffic Center.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound where center lanes blocked up and traffic backed up to that looks like Church Branch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay source from southeast heading to Colorado to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very high speed sectors up at the tunnel, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
We can talk under the cone of silence.
Silence.
The cone of silence.
In order.
What are they talking about?
Hey,
What are you talking about?
I'm ordering
Talking about
food.
me? Oh, I'm coming over to your house.
It's here already.
Get the door, please.
Come on, D, get up. Pet that cat too.
No, that's no, that's not. It's not Shannon. It's Dragon. Shannon is too mature for that.
True.
Now, pretty soon we're going to hear a drip. We're going to hear a smoke alarm.
Yeah.
And we're going to hear I can't go number 2 anymore. The mosquito too.
Yes.
Where's Princess?
Yeah.
She's been here.
Because I'll put the responsibility on that. You told me I could write it. Make sure you record it.
It's amazing we got Joe Lazara on.
You know what?
That was
Wasn't
good,
in
Tom.
court today. He is tomorrow.
Now the
No, he's
Honda
not
CRV in her
available
door.
tomorrow,
Oh,
just
we
so you
got
know.
Kevin on that one, right? The CRV, yeah. What's that for?
My car.
Oh,
By the way, he
you
had
really
a lot
wouldn't
of
drive it there.
fascinating stuff about
Not,
you know,
no, really, you really.
We load your car, pull it into their service bay.
No, seriously, if he just.
100% guaranteed.
But he's having no drivability issues whatsoever. You should call them and have it towed. Have them do it.
Yes, it's called corpus delicti. Words.
Under warranty.
While listening to Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help. common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I am here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier if you want. We've been around here. I've been around 45 years in Denver and been doing this more than 50 years. And we've been talking about a number of things. I want to bring you up to snuff some of the calls we've had. One guy had a license, not a driver's license, but driver privileges revoked. He was driving under revocation. He's wondering, can I get a license sooner? No. Once you are revoked, and especially driving under revocation, you pretty much have to wait out the time. Someone else talked about her Honda CRV, where she would leave the car and it would lock even when the key is in the car. And she said that scares the hell out of her because she's afraid she'll get locked out sometime. Kevin Calkin of Sheridan Autotech said, look, there are sensors that should sense that the key is in the car and not lock it. Otherwise, when you close the door and walk away, it locks. And he says it's usually the body control module. Then we've had all kinds of comments off the air about cloud seeding or the government doing chemtrails. And again, I'm just going to say this so I'm not disingenuous. If you believe the government is seeding the clouds with chemicals, I think you're a nut. I'm just going to say it. That's my opinion. I think you're a Looney Tunes nut. You're a conspiracy theorist, and you probably believe a lot of other crazy stuff. But they see these chemtrails, they call them, up in the sky, and they claim they're from a government program to seed the clouds. Now, no one could ever give me a good reason why the government is seeding clouds and why it's a secret and why, with Democrats, Republicans, crazy progressives, crazy conservatives, crazy lunatics in office, or sane people in office, or even Robert Kennedy Jr. now taking control of the health issues, why it's never been exposed, really been exposed. All it is are crazy people with theories. Crazy, that's what it is. I want someone to offer real proof that the government has a cloud seeding program, but more than that, not just proof, a reason. Why would the government spend money to seed clouds with chemicals? Some people say it's population control. Others saying it's to change the weather. Others don't have an idea. They just say it's a government conspiracy. And you know what's really weird is people who I think are otherwise intelligent all of a sudden become lunatics in my mind when they start talking about cloud seeding and what they call chemtrails. So that is my opinion.
You know, that just going back to that fact that Joe Lazara said, I thought that was really interesting, that the most DUIs are on Halloween.
Yeah. Okay.
Not New Year's.
Changing the subject to DUIs. Joe Lazara did say that. He said
really interesting.
Halloween is the #1 day for DUIs.
Yeah. You know, speaking of Halloween, we're doing our holiday lighting still.
Now, by the way, Excel has this new thing they're doing. It's pretty cool. And that is permanent LED lighting. I even hesitate to call it holiday lighting, although it is holiday lighting. When you do it on holidays, it can be a birthday light, it can be game day lights, it can be just mood lighting. It can just accent the house.
I mean,
I've seen architectural, they call it architectural lighting now.
Exactly. And the reason that it's so sweet is the stuff that we have, it's in metal tracks, and so we can paint match it to the home. And so a lot of those weird, like other companies, you know, you can see the pucks, but with ours, you can't. It's
Everything is hidden.
Yeah, the fascia or the soffit, it matches to the house, you know.
And why can you do it so much or so for less expensive, way less, that's what I wanted to say, way less expensive than the others? Why is that?
You know, we're charging a fair markup. So, I mean, we have costs for all this. And, you know, if anybody's curious roughly how much their house will cost, they can go to our website and get a rough estimate. It's pretty cool. It's an online pricing tool. You go in there, you put in your address, Or if you have your pre-measurements, you can put in your linear feet and it'll give you a rough estimate. But like going back to what you're saying, we're just charging a fair markup. You know, we're not doing all this TV and going all overboard and trying to rip people off.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you about the wiring itself. The lighting is in a track.
Yep.
And where you stop one run and go to another, they have to be all connected, right?
Yeah, so the lighting is a little more complicated. We've done a number of these systems, though, so we've gotten good at it. They need boosters. So there's usually like a box, the electrical box that'll go in like your garage, or we can put it in a
the main brain.
box. Yeah, exactly. And then that solders, or it's not even solders, it just splices into the cable.
Right.
And then we run it for about 50 feet. And then every 50 feet, we attach a booster. And so this stuff, it's not an at-home project. That's what we've figured out really quickly.
No, it's not a do-it-yourself project.
Not at all.
And then once it's installed, are these lights good for, you'll never have to replace a bulb. Never.
Well, you know what? I can't guarantee that, but we do have a 3-year manufacturer warranty.
There are hundreds of thousands of hours on each bulb.
Yeah.
Well, they're not even real bulbs.
Theoretically, but if a homeowner ever did have an issue with the system, we'll come out and take care of it. It's backed by both XL's warranty and the manufacturer's warranty.
Okay. And as far as the combinations of colors and everything, not only does it work on an app, it works on almost any app. There are numerous apps out there.
Mark was telling me that. I think he's trying to integrate it with AI or something like that.
And he did.
He did.
He can tell Grok to tell it what to do.
Hold on, elaborate on that. So he can talk into his smartphone, and it'll change the lighting on his house.
Yes, he can.
Really?
Yeah. And he said there's also pre-made patterns for teams or for events.
Sure, yeah, and that's built into the app.
Think about people who have weddings at the house, birthdays, graduation. I mean, you can light your house up for any reason whatsoever. And more houses have this lighting. It's really cool.
Yeah. I mean,
you remember when you used to drive around and people kept their Christmas lights up because they were lazy? And nowadays, you know, you just turn them off. You can't see them. You can't see them. And then you turn them on for whatever season you want. Bo, you have a question for Excel Roofing. What is it, Bo?
Hi, Henry.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm working. Good. I'm working on this case called in a few weeks ago with All Seasons Exteriors.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just working through the case, and something's come up with the sheathing.
Okay, Bo, explain the case. You're working on a case. Explain that, please, for people who haven't heard it.
Okay, it's the guy had this company install the roof, and he's basically complaining because there was no permit for the actual sheathing itself.
Was there a permit? Hold on. Was there a permit pulled for the roof?
There was a permit pulled for the roof, and Denver came out and approved the shingles.
So this is what it sounds like to me, because in the city of Denver, the OSB and the resheathing is included in the permit. Occasionally, you will have to have the building inspector come out and verify that the sheathing was attached correctly. So if they jumped the gun on that, that might be their issue.
But there is no separate permit needed for the sheathing. If he had a permit for his roof, the sheathing was included.
Is that right? The roofing permit?
Yes,
that's absolutely correct.
It includes everything, yes.
Okay, then I have another question about this case.
And by the way, let me ask you something, Bo. Really and truly, why did they care about a permit for the sheathing? What was their main goal?
Apparently, our caller, which I haven't got through the case yet, is complaining about the job. He says that he had another roofing company come out and said that Denver did not do a separate permit on the sheathing, so that's why I wanted to ask about it. And in addition, the slats or the boards have this gap, like a 3/8 or half-inch gap.
Okay. Is that after? Hold on. Is that after they reinstalled it? The new decking has a gap in it.
The decking has a gap. So I thought, and our caller thought, that they should have replaced the decking because the decking.
Wait, you just said they did replace the decking.
No, they didn't replace the decking.
Then
they
why does he
the
care
shingles.
if there was a permit for the decking if they didn't replace the decking?
They didn't get the proper inspection done.
But wait a minute. He just said, does there need to be a separate inspection for the decking? And I asked why.
No, I didn't, Tom. I said a separate permit for the sheathing.
That's decking.
That-
That's
It's the
decking.
same thing. This is what it sounds like happened to me. They went up there, they got the roof bought, they didn't check the decking, and they didn't get that supplement approved. So they just went ahead and installed the new roof. The building inspector probably came out there and realized, like, holy crap, we need to redo the whole deck on this roof because we have space decking.
Right.
Which is
By
not
the
approved
way,
by code.
The decking, some people call sheathing, other people call the sheathing the tar paper, but let's for most people say the sheathing, the decking. The decking is the plywood underneath okay. Now that decking can't have spaces in it.
It can't. And you know what? I don't want to
That's a code upgrade. If it has spaces on the decking, then it has to be replaced, and it's replaced by insurance under code upgrades. But for the life of me, if the roofer did not replace the decking, what I don't understand is why the homeowner worries about the permit for decking if the roofer never did the decking. Help me understand what the homeowner's concern is.
Okay, well, I did not know that decking and sheathing are the same exact terms.
They call it.
I'm talking to tar. What do they call the tar paper?
So that's a different component. The decking is
you
the
would
wood
never
OSB.
need a permit for the tar paper. That is just put down, and that term is usually called an underlayment.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, just really quickly. It sounds like to me that the roofer jumped the gun. They shouldn't have installed the roof yet without the decking. They should have gotten that approved first, and they didn't do that.
Yeah.
So now they're coming back and trying to defer blame.
So if his roof was installed over decking that has spaces in it, then he's got a problem.
The roofer's responsible.
Okay.
I mean, really,
that's
truly.
all I need.
It should have been replaced when they did the roof. And I want everyone listening, the decking on your roof, the sheathing, the decking needs to be replaced if it's not up to code. And there are a few things that make it not up to code, especially if there's any gaps in it. Why did they used to install it with gaps?
It's just cheaper. I mean, it ventilates a little bit better and it's cheaper.
And that's why
That's
they
what I
did it.
think.
Yeah.
I
But
think
it's
the
no
gap-
longer approved to have.
It's no longer approved like
So
that.
if you come across a roof that has gaps in the decking,
So I can't speak to the other companies, but
but if you come across it, you will replace it.
every single time. I mean, even if the insurance hasn't approved it, we install it every single time because when the city comes back out and inspects, they're gonna say, "Here, it's a space decking. You need to tear this thing back off. It's not in our best interest to tear off roofs that we just installed."
All right, 303-713-8255.
We started Henyon and Walsh for people like you. People with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. The result? We care about you and your investment success. We're dedicated to your financial goals, so we'll always give you our best efforts because you've earned it. We're Henyon and Walsh and committed to you. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Henyon and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Henyon and Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
The name says fix it. Fix it 24/7, and they mean it. They try to fix whenever they can with plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And right now, turn your attention to your furnace. They want to fix it with their $39 Extreme Clean Tune and Check, a refurbishment. They take that furnace apart and clean every nook and cranny for just $39 if you've never had it done. Have it done. You have to have it done at least once. If you haven't had it done, $39. You will never see this level of service for this price anywhere, with an extreme guarantee for no breakdowns during the entire heating season. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Yes, what were you saying? Okay, what? Go ahead.
Silence.
With Excel Roofing, where every day can be a holiday. Free estimates in just a few minutes. ExcelRoofing.com. Excel as in excellence. That's EXCEL. ExcelRoofing.com. Don't be that person that says they have to order your remodeling project, right now? You've got that. Hi folks, thanks for tuning in to the demo of Typical Matter today. Simply put, we make people happy. Ever since the 80s, we've proven ourselves by being able to It's that time of year where all of us on Medicare have to make some choices. Do you want Medicare Part A and Part B with a supplement? Which supplement is best for you? Or what about Medicare Advantage? Maybe that will be to your advantage. But how do you know? Don't assume what you had last year will renew this year. There are major changes, especially in Medicaid. You need the licensed professionals at IntegraInsurance.com. 303-466-5500.
Man, I'm happy to tell you all the only real pro that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Okay, Dragon. So polite.
Tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now.
Do they?
Call 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash. And he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
When it comes to granite, quartz, or other solid surfaces, what do you want? The best prices or the best quality? Well, at the Art of Granite, you get both. Call now for wholesale prices on all materials, plus free tear out and haul away. Visit their showroom. Details at theartofgranite.com or call now 303-386-5919. No one beats their prices. 303-386-5919. Theartofgranite.com.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network.
Yes. Henry Bratz from Excel Roofing.
Over the weekend, Seattle, San Diego, South Messi, and Portland joining Orlando, Kansas City, and Washington in the postseason party. With 17 in and just 2 still allowed, that leaves one spot.
Yeah, what's your first name?
Or Racing Louisville, and it'll come down to the final.
All right, Andrew, hang on for me, and they will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth Showhouse Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So let's talk to Andrew. Has a question for our roofer. Go ahead, Andrew. What's going on?
Yeah, it was just this weekend. I was cleaning some of the leaves off of my roof, and I went up and I noticed that there, the plumbing vents that come through the roof, they have the boots.
Yes.
It looked like at one time there was they used either roofing tar or something to seal around that boot, and it looks like the vent is either moved up or down or something, so there's no seal there. I was wondering what is best to use, is just like roofing tar to seal that, or?
So if it were me, I would just get a new boot for that roof. Is it an asphalt roof?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So those flashings around those pipes are pretty inexpensive, and they take two nails at the top of it, 2 nails below, and then just seal that bottom piece of the flashing, those 2 nails, with a little bit of silicone, and that'll hold up a lot better than trying to use some sort of tar or Geico or anything.
It just pops right over the pipe.
Yeah. I mean, you may as well just replace them. They're pretty inexpensive. It's super easy. It'd probably take 15 minutes per pipe.
And that goes...
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. By the way, thank you for calling, Andrew. That goes along with this text. What are all the holes in my roof I'm seeing? There's vents, there's pipes, there's what are the standard openings that come across in a roof, and how much venting does it need?
Okay, so it's for ventilation. So that's kind of 2 different things. For ventilation, it's a 1-to-1 air ratio, and there's a calculation for an attic that'll determine the intake and exhaust.
Yeah.
For the roof. As far as like vents though, I mean, we run into all kinds of stuff. I mean, there's furnace vents, bathroom vents, all kind of plumbing vents, and those are actually required to be maintained by a plumber. Most of those pipes that stick out. So as a roofer, we're able to flash them and put covers on them. But
okay, so plumbing vents are up there, and then roof venting itself. How much roof venting do you need? If someone, because you came to my house and said, Tom, your house is under ventilated, so my attic was getting overheated, right?
Yeah. So like,
how do you know?
Well, there's a couple key factors. So there's something called heat blistering, and that's what happens when the attic gets really hot and you can see the asphalt bubbling from the inside.
Not enough air circulation.
Yeah, exactly. And then the standard rule is 1 to 150. So that's what the IRC requires.
So for every 150 square
feet, there's 1 cubic foot of air movement. Right.
Okay.
So with your attic, though, because you have this whole house fan, you're pulling so much air from downstairs. We wanted to put those 2 attic fans on there. So you actually have a slightly more exhaust vent just because you have the whole house fan going up there.
So when people put in these whole house fans and we advertise for them, many times if you have a whole house fan, we're not talking about an attic fan now. We're talking about a whole house fan to keep the temperatures even in your home. When you have a whole house fan, it could really be short-circuited by your attic, like not exhausting fast enough.
Yeah, exactly. So
you're pulling all this air out of your house into the attic, but from the attic, there's no way for it to get out.
That is so on point because remember when we initially went up there, your soffit vents, your intake vents,
yes,
they have a little guard on there, but the insulation was going over a little bit.
So many people have problems with attic ventilation.
Exactly.
They don't understand it.
If you push a bunch of air into the attic from a whole house fan, it's going to blow around the insulation. And if you don't have enough exhaust vent, which you'll actually need more ventilation for a whole house fan.
Right. So I think people, and I've told this to the guys that advertise whole house fans. I love them. They do a great job. But I told them, it's really, if you go to a home and put in a whole house fan and you notice that their attic does not have good ventilation, they should call someone to open up that attic.
And that's exactly what we did for you. We put those 2 attic fans up there and also some B144 vents. And so your attic is very, very well ventilated.
Yeah. Now, what does ventilation do for an attic? Even if you don't have a whole house fan, attic ventilation keeps both your AC and your furnace operating more efficiently. Believe it or not, for both. Your attic needs air movement through it. Your insulation should be above the ceilings of your home, and air should freely move through your attic to carry out just to equalize the temps in there. If you cut down on the air movement in your attic, your roof will not last as long.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 2 systems right there that we like. So there's a static vent, which is where you just have your soffit vent, so that's lower on the roof, and then your exhaust vent. So that might be something like a rib vent or a turtle vent. And what I really like is these, motion vents. And so that's going to be something like an electric attic fan or a solar powered attic fan. And that's so easy. You go up there, you put it on there, and you can actually get a tax credit. And to everybody listening, so there's a 30% tax credit on
an attic fan
for the attic fan, and that's going away soon.
Right.
With that new
and they have an attic fan that they can cut a hole, put the attic fan in. It's solar operated. You never have to touch it.
Yeah. It's sweet.
Good for like 30 or 40 years. Honest to goodness. It's a fan that drops in and ventilates your attic just sitting there. Now, of course, if you drop a fan in, you have to have enough intake air to go through that fan, but they check that too. And you get a 30% tax credit on that job. So that's really something to look for. I have another text saying, speaking of ventilation, do you ever cut new holes into the roof if it's not adequately ventilated, or do they have to call someone else?
All the time. So these builders and just like these custom home builders, even some of these big developers, they don't quite know all the codes on that stuff, and the inspectors don't always know what to look for. So it's that 1 to 150. And so if we go into a house and it doesn't have, for say, any intake vents, we'll go in around the soffits and cut in intake vents. And then if it were me, I would take a solar powered attic fan, and that's going to move, like, I forget what the ratio is on that, but it's going to move X amount of, cubic feet of air. And then you just want to make sure that there's enough soft.
Do you check ventilation on every job?
Yes. Yep.
People, that is so important that your attic is well ventilated. I'm serious. And then, of course, if you want to get a whole house fan, then a whole house fan will work properly. 303-713-8255. By the way, renewhomeinnovations.com. Beautiful bathroom showers. They do the walk-in showers with porcelain walls that are second to none. They are beautiful. No maintenance. Beautiful showers. RenewHomeInnovations.com is also moving into the HVAC category, and they guarantee the lowest price, the absolute lowest price on your furnace. That's 303-904-2000, RenewHomeInnovations.com.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplan today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, impact traffic.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lanes blocked up and traffic backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile.
I can't believe when
Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of one of the most legendary fights in congressional history and how it brought about a ban on dueling. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Now, you heard Joe Lazzara on our show talking to someone who had their license revoked. Joe Lazzara can help you in a time of need. He's a criminal defense attorney. If you get a DUI, and of course, the best way not to get one is to get a designated driver. Please, that's the best way, or don't drink and drive. But Joe Lazzara can help with times of stress and trouble. Don't ever shop when you're under the gun and you are in trouble. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. Any criminal defense, Joe Lazzara. LazzaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. Free initial consultations, and then flat rate pricing for the entire case. 303-429-6200. I've got to get to some of these texts. Let's see. This is,
The code of silence. Hey, Jerry, this is Bo from the Troubleshooter Show. Good.
Oh, they could be.
Yeah, I always go
check.
through all of my cases, and you had that issue with the postal
let's see.
money
Let me
orders,
just update this. It's showing it
I'm
right
calling
here.
to
Hold
see.
on.
I'm sure
I'll
you
tell
went
you
to
in a
the
sec.
postmaster. And
Yeah, they're
talked to
still
them
not
about
here.
it.
And according to this app. No, thanks. I got this now. Here, but if you can take this up.
Oh, they're
that'd
doing
be great.
interrogatories?
Just leave it in the sink. Thank you, brother. Heading to you.
On it, just in a general investigation.
By the way, our sandwiches are almost identical, but mine has cheese, so just be careful.
Okay.
This
Good.
app seems to be standing.
Well, Jerry, I'm glad the postmaster is investigating it. Right? Because you went in there and filed a complaint for them to investigate, right, Jerry? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'm in the studio. I just wanted to check, see how things are going. So I'm not going to bug you anymore. If it gets some success out of it, you have my number. Give me a call. All right. And good luck, Jerry. Bye. I just wanted to check, see how things are going. So I'm not going to bug you anymore. If it gets some success out of it, you have my number.
Colorado, if you love the fall but hate the paint, do what Judy did. She called Rhino Shield. After having the house painted with unusual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that. Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated. I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular. Right now, Colorado, you can have the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 20% off the regular price. I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I'm just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family. Here's owner Jim Williams. This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com. The Rhino Shield. Do you have a remote cabin or interior loft unit? Red Rock Roof and Solar is the only company specializing in the special standalone systems with battery backup and auxiliary generators. With Red Rock Solar, you get sales, installation, and service. Complete solar. Red Rock Roof and Solar. Locally owned and operated.
Okay, let's see. Okay, he's here. According to.
Oh, good.
What's that? Yeah, I think he is. You can leave upstairs.
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So someone sent me this Florida State Senate press release, and it says from Senator Ben Albritton. And he says, this is proof for you, Tom, basically. The Florida State Senate today, and let's see, what is this dated? April 3rd of this year. The Florida State Senate today passed Senate Bill 56, Geoengineering and Weather Modifications Activity, by Senator Elena Garcia from Miami. The bill prohibits, listen to this, and by the way, this to me doesn't prove it's happening. It proves that you have some lawmakers who made a bill. It says here, the bill prohibits the injection, release, or dispersion by any means of a chemical compound, a substance, or an apparatus into the atmosphere within the borders of Florida for the express purpose of affecting the temperature, weather, climate, or intensity of sunlight. Through this bill, this is a quote, through this bill, we are addressing modern environmental concerns brought forward by our constituents. Okay, by our constituents. What do you read? Yes. So constituents can say, pass a law outlawing aliens overflying Florida. I mean, what difference does that make? So anyway, their constituents brought to them a problem, and this is eliminating any ambiguity regarding the legality of weather modification, said Senator Garcia. Currently, listen to this, there is no system in place that tracks reports concerns of our residents of geoengineering weather modification. So she's admitting that there is nothing that actually says it's going on, but it creates a system that eliminates it or makes it illegal. How stupid can you be to send me this as proof of cloud seeding? How stupid can you be? You can't be any more stupid. This is a law made by the way, lawmakers they hear from their constituents, and a bunch of them are saying, hey, we want to stop weather modification and chemicals. So she passes a law that says, okay, we're not going to allow weather modification anymore over the skies of Florida. And then this guy sends it to me as proof that it must be going on. Yet they say there is no system for tracking this whatsoever. No one has proof this is going on. No one. That's the real truth. No one has any kind of proof. They have wild conspiracy theories. That's all it is. Wild conspiracy theories. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Ask your roofer, Tom, are they still doing wood shakes? I can find no one to do wood shakes on my roof. Henry, what do you think, bro?
Not only can we repair wood shakes, but, sometimes...
You can install brand new roofs?
I think we can, depending on the jurisdiction, because the issue with wood shakes is they're not fire rated. They're a fire danger. And so, depending on the area, we could do it. We do repairs, and we've done some really large repairs.
Okay. Why? So they're doing away with shakes because of the fire danger and all that. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They also have issues, with bugs and those shakes. They collect a lot of dirt and debris, so it's pretty outdated. But they're beautiful, and there are some good.
I don't think they're bad, but don't they make some that in my opinion look like shakes?
Yeah. So a lot of these manufacturers nowadays, they have like a metal or a total synthetic. They call it a synthetic shake, and it looks good. It really does. From the ground, it looks like a new cedar shake or cedar shingle.
Okay, what right now they want to know, somebody else, what is the best lifetime roof where they would never have to change it again? Is there such a thing, really, truly, that you can pretty well put on and probably never worry about it again?
There really is, and there's a couple different systems. So the one that's really good for a residential house would be something like Da Vinci, so that's in synthetic. There's also another brand called EuroShield, and then also what we did on Mark's house, F-Wave.
F-Wave, EuroShield, and Da Vinci.
Yep. And, if you have a house that a metal roof would work on, if you want a forever roof, something that's going to last like 100 years.
But doesn't a metal roof get dinged by hail?
Yeah, it will, but it's not going to leak.
No, but they're talking about a roof they never have to worry about, not even in a hailstorm.
I mean, if they want something... The thing about EuroShield, so EuroShield is rubber roofing, and it's out of Canada, so the tariffs did affect it, and it is kind of pricey. But the hail ball would go through the wood decking before it penetrated that roof. It really would.
Roof is a forever roof.
It's that strong, for sure.
And what about colors?
I mean, they do it in gray, black, brown. It's not quite as extensive as a lot of these.
WeatherShield. Is it WeatherShield itself, or is it another manufacturer?
It's called EuroShield, and it's based out of Canada. Yeah. So it's an independent. I think it's out of Calgary. And yeah, we buy it direct from them.
Do you do a lot of EuroShield in Colorado?
Not a whole lot, just because it is more pricey. But if someone really wants a forever roof that's interlocking and, they're never going to have to worry about it, it would be a great option.
What about the F-Wave that Mark has? Is that a forever roof?
Yeah, F-Wave is great too. It's a great product. We installed quite a few of them. It's been good over the years.
Okay. Now, a lot of people don't care because insurance covers their roof. I mean, really, most of them wait. Do you ever have that problem come up where a roof is just worn out and people won't get it done?
Yeah,
all the time. A storm?
And you know what happens then is that if the insurance drives by, they'll flag the roof and the insurance will drop them. We deal with that all the time, and especially recently with the policies going from replacement cost to actual cash. People they're getting denied on their roofs. They're getting forced to pay out of pocket. They have to pay for upgrades.
And beware of that. Somebody just texted me and said their homeowners was renewed and they noticed they went from replacement cost to ACV on the roof.
It's so important.
It's happening a lot, isn't it?
It's happening a lot. These policies, they're going from replacement cost value. So that's like roof. Say that you have a $40,000 roof, it gets totaled by hail, they're going to pay another $40,000. ACV is where they're going to depreciate that roof, and it's going to happen in 5-10 years.
In other words, it's a used roof, so you get paid for a used roof. You don't get paid for a new roof.
Exactly.
And by the way, that's truly the way most insurance works, except for homeowners. We've been lulled into this sense of replacement with homeowners, whether it be contents or whether it be the structure. Replacement coverage was the rule in homeowners. That doesn't happen with automobiles.
It doesn't.
You get an old car demolished, you don't get a new car for that. You get the price of the old car. When you get something damaged, you get paid for what was damaged. If you had something stolen, you get paid for the value of something that was stolen. You don't get replacement coverage except in a homeowner's policy. And now more and more homeowners policies are moving away from replacement. They say we're only going to pay for what was destroyed.
People don't realize this either because their insurance, they just don't tell them. I mean, you can trust, your adjuster and your policy holder, but like they're not explicitly telling their insureds that their policies are switching. So, I mean, if someone wants to get their last cheap roof, they really should act on those last hailstorms. Just try to get it bought, depending on, obviously if you weren't in a hail down area.
Full replacement is going away?
No, I don't. I think it's going to be more retail. Especially now, yeah.
But do you think that more and more policies are going to ACV? They absolutely are.
Yeah. If someone has gotten hail in the past year and they're still covered on an RCV policy, they should really act on
RCV replacement cost.
It's going away.
All right. 303-713-8255. By the way, K&H Home Solutions, we're going to tell you about them. They have K&H Painting Pros as well, khwindows.com.
Now, Impact Traffic from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of one of the most legendary fights in congressional history and how it brought about a ban on dueling. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
It's open enrollment. It's the time to make changes to your health insurance. Please don't let it renew and thinking everything's going to be the same. There are increased costs and cuts in coverage and changes in coverage. It's impossible to look through the exchange or to look for Medicare supplements or Medicare Advantage or regular health insurance without help. Integra Insurance is here to help insurance experts to make health insurance choosing and selecting and buying simple and smart. 303-466-5500. Don't do it alone. You don't save any money. Get IntegraInsurance.com. 303-466-5500. Hey, Fix It 24/7 wants to make your winter trouble-free with the extreme clean, tune, and check of your furnace. You will not believe what they do. They spend a couple of hours taking your furnace apart, cleaning every nook and cranny, and also adjusting and tuning it to not only add life, but efficiency. If you've not had it done, they want to introduce the Extreme Clean Tune and Check for just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now. That's Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Book now. K&H Home Solutions, window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. You heard me talk about their painting pros. They also have wonderful siding options for you. You know what I love about K&H? Alpine high-performance products, custom-crafted, super insulating, thermal-efficient windows and doors. Lightweight suspended film technology with a fully insulated fiberglass reinforced frame. You're not going to do better. Established in 1956, you have a great company still here. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com. How much time do I have?
4.
Thank you. Did you have any of that sandwich?
Yeah, it was good. I had a little bit. I had 2 bites.
Off to lunch. Hey, Dragon, I have a question. Do you know who the facilities guy is here?
Finally, a steel building company you can trust. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. I bought a beautiful 100% American steel building from Great Western. I chose Great Western because they are the manufacturer. Your building comes from their 20-acre facility right here in Colorado. No brokers, no middlemen. Buildings have a lifetime structural warranty, and all engineering is done in-house. All sizes and shapes. Check out GreatWesternBuildings.com. That's GreatWesternBuildings.com.
The race to net zero is here, and PowerBank Corporation is accelerating North America's energy transition. Go ahead, look us up at PowerBankCorp.com. We're on NASDAQ at SUUN. As a trusted developer, engineer, and builder, we're delivering proven solar power gardens, community solar plants, and utility-scale solar farms that power communities and portfolios. PowerBank turns clean energy into smart opportunities. Ready to be a part of the energy revolution? Visit PowerBankCorp.com. Emerging markets has paid $500,000 by PowerBank Corp for advertising services. This is not an offer to buy or sell a security.
It's Halloween season. And the free iHeartRadio app has everything you need to make it a screaming good time. Like Halloween radio. Well, here goes to the commercial. Trick or Treat radio, just for the kids. Plus, explore curated Halloween playlists perfect for party vibes. And more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app. Search Halloween and listen now. 630 KHOW in your car. On my way to work in the morning. And wherever you go. On my phone when I'm walking the dog.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset
Awesome, doing it now.
on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO. So we were talking earlier in the show about how people become billionaires or what they have in common. And several people have answered and talked about it. And one of the things that they all agree on is that they have obsession, not just ambition, but obsession about something. And they live, breathe, eat, and drink their obsession. They never, ever stop. And in fact, many people might consider them workaholics. And they say that it's the kind of thing that normal people don't do. And when you see them, you know it. Somebody else asked more about a 721 tax exchange. People were confused by it. Earlier in the show, someone asked about a 721 exchange. It is like a 1031 exchange, meaning you exchange your property for something, and the gain goes into the new property and is deferred. And you eventually, when you sell the new property, will pay the tax, or you can do another exchange and keep deferring the gain. But the 721 exchange is not for buying like property, it's for buying a REIT, a real estate investment trust. Now, I'll explain more about it, but if more and more people are interested in it because they don't want to be a landlord, like the earlier caller, this guy says, I'm a landlord and I was thinking about a 1031 exchange, but that would only get me another rental. I don't want another rental. And you mentioned you can exchange into other things. Yes, you can with a 721 exchange. And I'll explain more on that coming up. I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK is our number. We'll take your calls, of course. And we'll discuss real estate and more. Plus, we have Henry Bretz with us from excelroofing.com. So stick around for more on the Troubleshooter Show. Let me turn that up. Turn your mics on so you can talk. You know, I always get too much, man. I should get a mini. I don't eat like I used to. Close.
You'll make a good leftover in a couple hours.
Yeah, I'll come over and scoop up those leftovers.
Yeah, that's a delicious sandwich, Bo.
Where did you guys go?
I didn't get anything, but Tom and Henry got sandwiches from Jersey Mike's.
Oh, yum. Is Henry there?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I don't feel like an idiot.
Why is that?
Well, because I didn't know the difference between sheathing and decking. I thought they were two separate things. Because when I think of the word sheathing, I think of a sheet, like a sheet of paper.
Yeah, they call it sheathing, decking, OSB. I mean, they have so many terms for it. I forget what Tom asked me about a claim. What was he saying? An adjusted claim? I forget there's a specific term for it. It's just I didn't really hear that often. I was thinking supplements. I needed more explanation. I'm right there with you. And there's always those normal terms. You know, you get a curveball that kind of throws you off.
Yeah, in this case, it's throwing me a curveball. This guy actually came up into the studio and dropped off like 20 pages. So, Henry, I have your cell, if you don't mind, I'm going to call you later in the week because I kind of need help with the case because the permit was approved, but the guy's complaining that the decking, there was no permit for the decking or sheathing. He called it sheathing.
That decking is one and the same. I do not understand where they're coming from because per Denver, the decking, I mean, it's included in the permit for the roof. I mean, there's got to be something more to that. I think they're trying to defer or something like that. It's just, it's not Henry, making sense.
I want to ask you this. So if a guy puts the shingles on, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't change the decking that has that 3/8 inch gap, would Denver approve that?
Yeah, if it's under 3 or if it's under a half inch, but to my understanding, it's wider than that. Is it 3/8 or where is it at?
I don't know. I think it's 3. So it can still be left. The gap can still be there.
There's a certain amount of gap that's required, but I remember this call because we were talking about it last week. It sounded like some of that decking, the original decking, was going bad.
The guy's bitching because the decking didn't. That now the decking and the sheathing are the same thing. The decking did not get. He wants that changed, so he's not paying. He's not paying the roofing bill. He owes the guy like $10,000. He's not paying because he wants this decking changed where it's butted up together, but the asphalt shingles are already placed. I mean, they'd have to tear the brand new roof off in order to get to this decking. But Denver went out and approved it.
I would really need to see more of the roof to.
I got a whole bunch. I'm gonna get your email. I need to send you some of this stuff because I just, I think the guy could be in the wrong because Denver approved it. But he's saying that Denver should not approve.
If Denver approved it, then I don't understand what the issue is.
because he said they didn't approve it. They should have denied the decking because there's a gap. And under the new code, the decking needs to be butted up together. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes exact sense. But usually in the code, they have a minimum gap or a maximum gap.
Okay,
So it really depends how wide it is. I was under the impression, based off of what I saw, that it was closer to like a 1/2 inch.
Okay, and this decking's like 30 years old. I mean, it's the original decking to the house. I'll have to get some because I'm guessing. I thought it was 3/8. It could be 1/2 inch. I need to delve more into it.
Yeah, that's a super important part. Depending on how wide that space is, I mean, that's going to dictate the entire thing. But like I said before, if Denver's already passed this, I don't understand why he's concerned about it.
You're right. I need to actually verify. I got to call into Denver to make sure they actually did approve it. But I'm going to call you this week, Henry, because I'm kind of at a loss of the.
Sure. So just really quick, I did pull up the code. So specifically for Denver, the boards cannot be greater than a 1/2 inch for the decking. And so if it's under a 1/2 inch, I mean, it's compliant. So if it's 3/8, he should be good.
Good. And a 3/8 to 1/2 inch, it's okay?
Yes.
The gap.
Yes.
But if you wanted it changed out, the new code is the decking has to be butted up against each other.
Do you have that most recent code?
Do I?
Yeah. I'm not sure what he's referring to.
All right. I thought if you go out and do a new change the decking, can you leave a gap or does it have to be put together?
So, well, that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, they have requirement in the code that dictates that gap because even if it's butted up against each other, it's still going to have somewhat of a gap right there.
All right. Okay.
But it's not supposed to intentionally have a gap.
Intentionally?
No,
okay.
You're not supposed to intentionally have a gap.
Okay.
There'll be tiny cracks because of how it's installed.
How the wood's laid out.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, I'm going to call you, Henry, this week after I read more into it.
Okay, sounds good.
Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com. Your courthouse is the same simple one-day treatment I received. Advancedclearance.com. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up. It's going to be Stephen Sung, the former Capitol Police Chief. He's going to call out Nancy Pelosi for her lies from last week. Plus, Cahill on those protests that really weren't what they said they were, and more. On the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9.
Apparently the women's bathrooms were...
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, how you doing? What's going on in your life and how can we help you? This is the show that talks about those everyday aches and pains. The things that make you tick, the things that tick you off. One of the things that tick me off is how we're being spied on, although there's nothing we can do about it. It is so far gone. The sophistication of spying is so unbelievable. The other day, I was shocked that I was looking, I mean, through my eyes, not taking pictures, looking at a certain car, a certain brand. It happened to be a Porsche, and it was an SUV. And I was looking at it in traffic. I slowed down next to it and looked at it. I did that about 2 or 3 times throughout that week. And one time in a parking lot, actually stopped behind one to see it was parked. And I wanted to see what model it was, the writing on it. Now, I swear to you, that's all I did. Slowed down next to it 3 times in traffic, different times. Just, you know how you look at a car, you know, things, you know, they just catch your eye. And then I was in a parking lot and saw one and stopped behind it to look at the model number or the model name. And then later that week, this is a true story, I start getting fed the ads on the right side of your screen, you know, the advertisements that pop up. I start getting fed ads about these kinds of cars, Porsches. And I think to myself, well, wait a minute. I didn't do a Google search. I know when you do a Google search that happens. And I also didn't do a photo. I didn't take a picture. Why the hell am I getting Porsche ads from just slowing down in traffic looking at a Porsche? No, honest to God. Then I asked AI, and AI said that there are geo-trackers and satellites and different means for tracking your phone, and it can tell sometimes what you're slowing down next to, and they do an algorithm to see if it's consistent, and they put together a profile. Are you hearing what I'm saying? It used to be if you did a Google search, you would get hit up with these ads, or if you took a picture with your phone, the apps, so many apps have access to your photos. So many apps have access to your contacts. So many apps now have contacts to stuff. But this had somewhere my GPS on my phone was tracking what I was doing and put together that I was next to a Porsche 3 times and stopped at one at a parking lot. Henry, you didn't hear this. Do you find that hard to believe?
I mean, yeah, I think that's crazy. And like I've dove into that a couple times, just trying to do retargeting for Excel. And I mean, there's a lot of laws dictating what can be transferred or not as far as people's information. But I wonder, like, if it's a company that uses it internally or they're partnered with someone else, what they're tracking and who they're giving it to.
Well, first of all, I don't even know where you go on the market to buy this stuff. I mean, when you place an ad, I guess you can pick your demographics and stuff when you buy ads. But where do they actually get the raw information? I mean, is there an information market somewhere where you buy stuff? And it's not just a mailing list, although you can buy various mailing lists.
That's a really good point, because if I was to advertise on TV, it gives me all my demographics and it gets super specific. I mean, it lets me calculate like household income, all this like very personal information.
With digital ads, especially. TV, not so much with broadcast.
Really, I was wondering when I was doing that, because when you sign up for Hulu, you don't put any of that information in there. So how are they getting that information?
Well, when you sign up for Hulu, Hulu knows what you're watching. So your areas of interest are on Hulu.
So
and
are they
Netflix knows that too.
I mean,
but when you sign up for Hulu, you say you don't put any of that information in there. What you don't realize is when you sign up for these apps, you don't have to put information in there. You give access to the information. You give with a lot of apps, you're giving permission to that app to look at your contacts, to look at your emails.
That's crazy.
To look at your phone, what your calls, to look at your photos. You are giving access. So when everything you do Everything you do is being tracked by someone. And you, so much as a flashlight app wants access to your contacts. Why is that?
They're data harvesting.
That TV behind me that I have on my streaming here, with that has that, I put a graphic up behind me. That TV, when we bought it, Deputy D was here when we set it up, and it was asking for all my demographic information, my age, my birthday, all of that. Why does the TV have to know that? Why does the TV have to know that? So anyway, I did some checking on apps. The number one right now, the most invasive apps, the number one most invasive app right now, what do you think it is? Just take a guess.
Facebook.
How did you know that?
I just guessed. I mean, they're in the business.
It is Facebook.
It is? I was right?
Absolutely 100%.
They're in the business of harvesting your personal information to an extent that's never been imagined in the history of the world.
91.4% of all of your information is shared with someone else. 91.4%. They share all of your information. And of course, it's not like you're not sharing it anyway. I mean, have you seen some of these idiots on Facebook?
Oh, yeah.
Everything they do, everything they eat, everywhere they visit, every friend they have, every political belief, every religious belief, every fashion belief, everything. I mean, it's not like we're hiding it. I mean, if you look at social media, we are an open book by ourselves. It's not that people are spying on us. We're putting it out there.
More than an open book, Tom. We're exhibitionists.
We are totally. Social media has made every single person famous in their own mind and they're in their own circle. And they are. I'm not making fun of it. They really are. I mean, you have regular housewives that have followings of hundreds of thousands of people, depending on what they post. You have some that don't have many. I mean, it is getting to a point where everyone has a following and they're putting all their information out there. So basically, there is no privacy anymore. There is no such thing as privacy anymore. It's an illusion of privacy, if anything. What I can't believe is when people post stuff online like that, and then they get negative comments, and I hear things like this: "It's my life. You have no, it's none of your business." Well, what do you mean? You made it their business. You post on what you're doing, where you're eating, who you're loving, why you're loving, what you're doing, and what you're driving, or everything about you. So Facebook is number one. Absolutely. You know what number two is? Actually, they're tied. Instagram. It's
the same thing. It's the same company, actually, Tom.
So Meta with Facebook and Instagram. But I didn't realize the number two one.
You just said it was Instagram.
No. Instagram's tied with Facebook.
Oh, okay. They're tied for
they're kind of
first offender.
They're 1 and 1. Yeah. LinkedIn.
Oh, of course. That totally makes sense.
Now, LinkedIn, we give information about our business, about what we're doing. LinkedIn, people, I want to know something. Does this bother anybody? I don't think anybody's bothered anymore by it. In fact, I don't think anything can surprise us anymore.
Well, Tom, it would be irrational to be bothered by those first three examples because all of that data is self-reported by the very people whose files are created.
Amazon.
You're willingly giving it up.
Amazon is number 3. They track everything you do, every purchase you make. All of that's in a data bank, and they deal with information. Amazon, including the books you read.
Yes, and you may recall that in the mid-90s, Jeff Bezos went on record as stating that nobody has a right to privacy on the internet. So he was always that's an infamous statement from him. So that's just been a fact for, over 2.5 decades
So
now.
Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Amazon, and everyone has to know what number 5 is, which could have been number 1 in my book, because it's the video of your life. YouTube, the streaming, what you view.
Oh, of course, yeah.
YouTube. And then X. But none of you will ever guess number 6. Okay? We got Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Amazon, YouTube, X. But you will never guess the sixth most invasive app that reports information about you, and I'll talk about that coming up. Eric, you have a comment on chemtrails. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I got a question for you. You know, back in the 70s, the government came out and they admitted to doing cloud seeding and experimenting.
Yes,
And
I agree.
Biden-
No. The government absolutely does that experimenting. You're right. But they're not doing it over all of our major cities by means of chemtrails. They're actually experimenting. They really are. But a lot of labs do that.
Right. And now you've got Dubai and over there in Saudi Arabia. They've admitted to it. They do
That's
that
right.
to change the weather.
You're absolutely right. I'm not denying that scientists don't experiment with cloud seeding and laboratory testing and all of that. I'm just saying there is no conspiracy where people are going out doing it over major cities secretly, trying to poison us or whatever the hell they're trying to do.
Well, if cloud seeding worked, Aspen would have the best snowpack of any resort every year.
But they are experimenting on it, Eric. I don't doubt that. But you know what I'm talking about. Those chemtrails, or they're actually condensation trails we see in the air from airplanes and stuff. This is where I depart from the normal testing. It goes far beyond people experimenting. These are conspiracy theorists who believe that there are massive government airplanes out there seeding our environment for dastardly purposes.
How would they keep that a secret?
They wouldn't. And then there are even those people who say the airlines are in on it. Again, how would you ever think of all the people that work for the airlines or all the people that work for the government? You would never keep it secret. But Eric, I do agree with you. Go ahead.
Okay. And then back in the 80s, they came up with HARP, High Altitude Research Programs. They built 7 of them scattered throughout the United States. One's up in Alaska. And even Sarah Palin, when she was on the campaign trail, they asked her about it. She says, I don't know what that does because I'm not allowed in there. I've tried. The government will not allow me. This is when she was the city governor of Alaska in the 2000s.
Well, they're probably blowing taxpayer dollars.
What is it? What is he calling it? High altitude what?
HARP.
Research program. It's called HARP.
Yeah, but
And
what
there's
is
7 of them.
you know? I believe there's research going on about all kinds of stuff, but I don't think there's any kind of conspiracy. They're just researching, for God's sakes, just like cancer research. I mean, that doesn't mean they're giving us cancer to see how we react to it. Now, according to artificial intelligence, there absolutely is a HARP program located in Alaska. It's a scientific endeavor, and we are studying the properties of the ionosphere.
And right. And how do you cloud seed to change weather, to create snow? Is the ion?
No. There is research going on cloud seeding, and there's also research going on combating climate change. So they are looking into ways to reverse what they call climate change and reversing it. There's absolutely all kinds of research going on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's not research. What I'm saying is there's not some top secret seeding of clouds over major cities that I believe. No, it's not. They're doing research. They're doing research in Alaska. They're doing research in Montana. They're doing research all over the place. But they're researching in very limited areas. They're not researching on populations without telling us. Why do people believe that crap? I mean, do you really believe that the U.S. government is conducting research projects on major populations without telling them? I mean, and don't think I'm naive. I'm not.
Well, the liability would be so high. Imagine something happened and then they had to compensate everybody for that.
But you know what? Conspiracies are much sexier to believe. They are. They are. People love believing conspiracies. Wait until you find out the number 6 app that boy, would they have a lot to say about me. More on that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and
The Excel smart meter that lady didn't want to install on her home last week, but she was all super happy about her thousands of followers.
I know it. I know it. That
on
was
all
so
your
funny.
devices. And for identity protection, LifeLock
Is it like
is your best friend.
Walmart.com?
LifeLock not
Uber
only alerts you
Eats?
to suspicious uses of your personal
Pornhub?
information, but also fixes
God.
identity theft,
That would be
guaranteed,
good.
or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at lifelock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms to apply.
You know, this is a really important message and close and near and dear to my heart because I started Wave 8 Wealth Management for people who truly want wealth management, investment portfolio advice, and help. 100% of my money is invested here along with yours. I am not a TAMP service. Most financial advisors simply put your money with higher ups that they pay a fee to. That's what they do. They're not your financial advisor. They simply use turnkey asset management programs. They're called TAMPs. Ask your financial advisor. Then, when you want someone who truly invests and works with you for your hopes and your dreams, your achievements, your ambitions, your goals, then call Wave 8 Wealth Management. That's me and my company. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, wave8capital.com. Hey, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. And you know how he works? You call and you talk to him right up front. You don't have to sign up to do it. You can just talk to him. When you call John Fuller, you can ask all of your questions about your injury. Then if you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he still gives you that personal attention. You actually get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500. Call today, 597-4500.
I think I got it. I want to take the guess. I'm not sure though.
Okay.
I'm like 90% sure. I'd be really shocked. I didn't Google it. I promise. I'm thinking about it. It clicked with me. I think I'm onto it.
Open enrollment is the once-a-year time government gives us to control our health insurance. Don't assume things will renew as they are. There are major changes this year. Always shop
Yikes. But what the hell did I just see? The whole dude did? Did he die? Yeah. Oh, he didn't fall all the way. It says.
They helicoptered 4 people out of this.
That's natural selection at work.
Yeah.
Henry Bratz.
Bezos has too much power. I can't believe AWS is.
Are they still down?
Yeah, they're still down. Our CRM just went down.
What's that? Oh, your CRM.
Yeah, our CRM, like our, where we put all our customer information. The first time I saw AWS, I was in an F1 race. I really didn't know what it was. It's a strange company to be advertising to consumers. It's very business to business.
Who is?
Amazon Web
Oh,
Services.
no. They do a lot of business to business. In fact, I don't think they have any consumer business.
That's what I mean though, because they had all the AWS signage around the track. It just seemed really strange.
Yeah, you're right.
Nobody watching. I mean, very slim percentage of people watching.
TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. So we're talking about apps that track. Facebook, number one. Instagram is right there with them, tied. Instagram and Facebook. So that's Meta. LinkedIn is number two for spying on us and sharing information. And this was put together by PC Magazine, by the way. Number three is Amazon. So you have Facebook, LinkedIn, and Amazon. Number four is YouTube. Number five is X for selling our information. And number six, what were you going to say?
I was going to say OpenAI.
No, it's not. Actually, that would be a good one. Maybe this was done before that, but
yeah.
Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Uber Eats.
Why? What's so valuable about that? I mean,
they know what everyone's eating.
Yeah, but
I get
only a few times.
Seriously, Uber Eats. Next, PayPal, and then Uber itself.
Mm-hmm.
And Google is way down, number 9.
I'm surprised to hear that.
And number 10 for sharing our information, Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Video, Amazon Prime Video. Google Pay. After that, Spotify, Snapchat, Google Maps, TikTok, Bumble.
Chinese.
What's Bumble?
This is the dating app.
Dating app.
Oh.
Then Max, WhatsApp, Candy Crush. What?
That's a game, isn't that a
Yeah,
video
but
game?
when you install it, you give them information.
I've heard that before. That Candy Crush
Tinder,
harvests information.
and number 20 is Roblox.
Man, I'm just glad you didn't mention Pornhub in this list of
No,
shame.
I did not actually. Did not. But these are apps that sell our stuff. But really, just assume everyone is selling our information. Truly, if you think about it, just about everyone. Okay, someone wants to know more about the lighting.
Absolutely.
They want to know, can you go around windows and special architectural features on a house, or do you just go around the perimeter of the eaves?
So we can really do what the homeowner wants. I mean, we're pretty flexible on that. And so the lighting strip, I mean, it needs to be mounted up to something. So that's the capability.
They're hard strips, right?
Yeah, they're hard strips.
So how do you curve around a window like if it's an arc?
If it's an arc, that would take a bunch of. You know what? I don't think we could do a round window.
Okay, you can't do you can't do arcs and stuff, but you can do square.
Yeah,
windows.
we can do. We cut the metal in a V, and that allows us to bend around angles.
Okay.
But if it's round, I mean,
no,
I don't think we could manipulate the metal to do that. But
okay, so you can do various shapes.
Yep.
But mostly geometric straight shapes.
Yeah, geometric straight shapes. We can do. Just if you want a section of your porch done, we can do the porch. If you want to do the top roof line, we can do that. If you have 3 stories, we can do all around the house, just the front, just however the customer wants.
How do most people do it? Around the eaves, basically?
Well, so we have it on our form as what part of the house to put it on. And usually people, they want to do the whole house, but realistically, it usually comes down to just the front. And so it'll be, first story, second story, possibly third story, and maybe on the side.
Yeah, there's no reason to do the sides.
Well, if they're on a corner, they may want it.
Oh yeah, on a corner, but basically the front of the house is the main area.
Yeah, and
sometimes, and if you have a backyard, you might want the back done.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, what we're doing right now that's super cool is we have this calculator on our website, and it comes up with a rough estimate. So if you wanted to just get a quick idea, just ballpark, it's not perfect, but if you want ballpark what the holiday lighting would cost, if you go to excelroofing.com and click on the holiday lighting.
I'm going there right now, excelroofing.com.
You can put in the linear feet that you want, or you can have a project manager will virtually measure the roof, and then we'll get back to you with an estimate.
So it tells you here to do the online estimation.
Yep.
You give them where it's going to go, right?
Yep. And if you put, say you want like 150 linear feet, you want 200.
And you just give your address?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. If you click right there where it says,
right here,
yep,
please
give me a virtual estimate. So this one's not instant, like it says right there. That the virtual estimate is not instant, but we'll go on our estimating software.
Okay.
And measure it.
All right. 303-713-8255. So I went to excelroofing.com. You can definitely do it online. Anyway, people said they were not surprised by these apps spying on them, and they don't care. Someone says they basically are going to get the information somewhere. And what about parents? There are some parents trying to make their kids invisible. What do you think about it? In other words, they're not allowing their children to be shown online or on social media. Deputy D, what do you think? Do you think that's going to help? I don't think it'll help at all.
No, of course not. I mean, it's very difficult to police stuff like that, right?
And as soon as their kid gets a cell phone, they're being tracked.
Yeah.
And the first app they install, they're being tracked.
I mean, we got speed cameras now. We got cameras all over town. There's microphones everywhere. Everyone has a cell phone taking videos. I mean, that's impossible to deflect.
Eric, you have a question on lighting. Go ahead, Eric. Welcome.
Yeah, long-time listener.
Thank you, man.
First-time caller.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious. He said it's by, what's the guest's name again? What's his name?
His name's Henry.
How's it going?
Henry from Excel Roofing.
So how long does it take? I want 1 linear square foot done.
What do you mean?
A linear square foot, that's a strange one. I'm not really sure. What do you want to do this around?
Door.
Do you mean
just over my door?
Just over your door?
So in other words, yeah, when someone comes to the door, I can turn it red or green or something.
I like the vision, but like a light bulb might work a little better, no? A little multicolored light bulb?
I would like, no, I want 1 linear square foot. You said it's by the square foot.
Okay, so I mean...
how much is it per square foot?
First, I think we'd have to raise the price just slightly on that, so let's call it like...
Well, yeah, I mean, they can't come out and do just 1 foot.
Yeah, well, no, it's a linear square foot, so I think we're actually talking about 4 feet here.
Wait, I think he's talking about metric feet.
Are you talking about a square around your door, or are you talking about just one strip?
Tom, you said it was 1 linear square foot.
I never said a linear square foot. I don't even know what a linear square foot is. I think he said per linear foot.
Well, so we have a service call minimum of about $200-300. So for $300, I will come do that 1 linear square foot myself personally, and I will get Jay to come out there with me, and we will install it for you.
But seriously, if somebody wanted to do, you still have to have a run back to the control box. You usually put the control box in a garage or something.
Well, we put the control box either on the side of the house in a waterproof box, or it's best to put it in the garage.
And you were kidding, I think, right, Eric?
No, he's serious.
No.
Wait, am I the only one?
My front door.
Am I the only one who understands who this is?
What do you mean?
No.
You know who it is?
It's $400. It's $300. You're going to do. You're going to do my front door.
You know what?
I
did not recognize.
I'm going to in the pot here a little bit. So I'm going to come out there, Jay and Tom, and we're going to come and do this.
I did not know it was Mark. I did not know that. He completely fooled me. I swear to you.
With his linear square foot?
Right away.
Of course. I could tell right away, too.
Really?
Tom, he's asking for a linear square foot. It even sounds like him.
He should have made it a metric square foot.
I never in a million years knew it was him anyway, but God, I'm really getting old.
So, Mark, how do you like the lighting at your house? Did you get the voice activated lighting going?
Henry, I did. It is awesome.
Yes,
so
I told you.
talk to. I use Grok, and Grok is my AI assistant, and I can literally tell Grok, program this, and it'll write the code, and I insert it as a preset. It's
About
insane.
that is incredible.
Yeah. I can't believe you guys didn't know it was me, though.
They did. They did. I did.
I was playing into it. I was trying to get Tom to go out there with us.
No, you weren't.
Yeah.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, Jay, myself, and
you know
Tom.
What, though? In all seriousness, we actually, and I hate to say this, you guys have done our roofs numerous times and stuff, but, I got prices on jellyfish. You guys were half the price. I don't even know how you guys do it, and I'm not certain they actually paint to match. Do you guys do that for everybody, even if they only order 1 foot?
Well, it depends what they want. If they want to do paint to match on that metal rail, because it comes in that black, the gray, the brown. And so if they want to get something pretty close, that'll be a little cheaper. But like what we did for you, we put it on those batten spacers. We did paint to match on those, and we did paint to match for the rails. So it's about $5 additional on each. So if you want the paint to match battens and rails, you're moving like $5-10 more per linear foot. We need to go over that a little more. That's a customization option.
And the last thing I'll say, Tom, this goes for you at your house over where you guys are at right now. The home studio, you guys have an HOA. This stuff is so hidden, there is no HOA that'll deny it. They can't. There's nothing to deny it on.
Yeah, it's permanent outdoor lighting. And what we found is you can set those lights like every 3 feet just to be like white lights. You know how some houses have those accent lights?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks great all year round. And then like you click a button on your phone, it's Christmas lights. I mean, I remember growing up and Jay and I would install Christmas lights every year. It took so long, and then we just stopped. We never had lights, so it's going to be exciting
in the
for
butt.
us.
Hey, thanks, Mark. I gotta take a break, and I'm not gonna go over. I already went overtime. Never mind. But I don't want to go any more overtime. So hang on, people. I want to tell you about someone who went Sunday shopping for a car and was very surprised online right after this. Honest to God,
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to... Yeah, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
All right, Vestera Turnkey is the company that helps you become a landlord. They research markets around the country where rents are strong and upside potential for equity is strong. They help you acquire or buy the property. They have buying brokers. Then they help you manage the property, and they help you in your day-to-day activities. I bought some Vestera Turnkey homes. You should too. And then they help you when it's time to sell, and they say they get incredible profits. So if you're looking to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, and you want help, call VesteraTurnkey.com, 303-888-3788.
Henry, one of my cats wakes me up by pushing her whiskers in my face. It is so cool.
See, but you're used to it. Right?
Yeah. She, so the whiskers are usually here, but she points them forward and then pushes them in my face.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's how she wakes me up. She thinks I'm sleeping in late.
When you go to a hotel, do you ever wake up and just not know where you're at?
Oh yeah, I hate
yeah, every once in a while.
God,
Yeah.
I hate
Like, I'll be in Winter Park sometimes and come back down here. I'm like really confused. You know, I'm like, where am I?
It's a really scary, like 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
I hate that. Oh God.
I was at a hotel in Spain, and it was like a pretty small, like kind of square closet.
Yeah.
And I woke up. I just flew out there. I thought I was in jail. I was working.
Wow.
Confused.
Ooh. You know, in jail they make you eat cheese.
Well, I think if I wanted to survive, I would have to eat cheese.
Yeah.
It would be on everything. That's funny.
Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Good Lord, gold is up 115 today.
What is it up?
115.
So what's the price per ounce?
43.68.
God almighty.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who plays tonight?
I can and I do.
No.
Yeah, so now 100% of my portfolio is in gold.
I think there's 2.
100%?
100%.
2 games.
But at a much lower cost basis, of course.
Oh, Tom, what was I going to tell you? I bought a house.
What? Congratulations.
Yeah, like a primary.
Wait, I think Stephanie told me.
Yeah.
Didn't you tell her?
Yeah. Over by the office.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They had it listed for 420.
Yeah.
And I went in. It needs new siding and some new windows and stuff. I got it for 355.
Holy crap.
They reappraised it at 410.
Before the war?
Yeah. I mean, this is the first one I've done. I probably could have got it for lower. Like probably 320, you know, for like a house flipper to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
But
how many square feet?
It's not very big. It's like 1,000 square feet, but it has a detached garage and a big shed, and it's right on Federal. Like, it's not, you know how Federal, you kind of go up, it gets a little sketchier?
You're going to get shot.
No, it's right by our office.
Oh, okay.
It's closer to like the country club. It's way south on Federal.
Oh, so it's way south of Hampton even.
Yes.
Oh, that's the good part of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's one of those neighborhoods where they're just scraping all the houses.
God, I still have 45 to do, don't I?
Good sign.
You are correct, sir.
Oh, that's Mark's fault for sure this time.
All
wondering if I should even
100% Mark's fault.
1622. Your one stop for advertising? Call 844-844-iHeart.
Tom Martino here, and this should be of no surprise since we've been talking about tracking and everything. So this one texter said, I went Sunday shopping for a car. Have you ever done that? Mm-hmm. Where you go around when the dealerships are closed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this person pulled in Colorado Boulevard to a dealership. Mm-hmm. They got out of their car and were looking around. They got ads that night on their computer.
Wow, that's sophisticated. Wow. That is really sophisticated.
They were at a dealership. Mm-hmm. Now, the dealership probably didn't do it, but somebody who knew they were there and was looking at Mercedes did it. Can you imagine just pulling into the parking lot?
Yeah, and you know what's interesting
Now this is a level of spying I never dreamed of. I can see the Google searches and the photos and the whatever, the buying on Amazon or whatever.
So to be fair though, there's probably one of two things going on. I mean, you could say that it's super dialed in like that and they're being stalked, or it's just some lady who lived in the area who qualified to buy a Mercedes and fit the ad demographic and just happened to go there.
Oh,
I mean, there's a high probability that it was.
But these ads are highly targeted. I mean, right now, if I go on, I'm trying to think what I would go on.
Sure, but like what I'm saying is that
tell me, I'm going to see what comes up right here on my side panel when I'm. I don't know.
I mean, say somebody needs like say they want a new car and they live in Littleton and they make $250,000 a year and they've been searching for black SUVs. I mean, for them to get a Mercedes ad, maybe they just happen to
now,
go
for some reason, right now, I'm getting a lot of ads. And I don't know why this is. I'm getting a lot of ads on mobile phones. I'm getting one on, well, yeah. So I don't know how they pick what to send you, but those are not random.
Oh, there's definitely not random.
Those ads are not random whatsoever. So it definitely has some kind of design to it.
So like on the back end of Google, when I work on ads, it allows you to allow Google to target or you can self-target. And what I found out is there is absolutely no amount of information that I could collect on my own to compete with what Google can do.
Never. You absolutely never
It's
can.
not even worth trying.
No, you let them do it. You pick what you want and let them place the ads. That's basically the way it is. The same with Facebook. I mean, you can get down to, I was doing a push through Facebook of an ad, and I did one on LinkedIn. They're both similar. You can push for what line of work they're in, how many hours a week they work, how many kids they have, where they travel. Do you want people who travel? You want people to do this? And I'm like you, Henry. I got to a point where I didn't know what to pick.
Yeah, if you select,
yeah, truly, I didn't know what to pick because I didn't want to exclude too many people.
They'll do a better job. That's what I'm saying. If it were me, I mean, there's no amount of information that I could personally collect to compete with Google or LinkedIn or whoever it is.
Right. So I kind of use some automatic selection tools, but it's amazing to me how specific you can get with an audience. And sometimes I think if you get too specific, you're going to miss out on your core audience. I mean, because I don't think everyone knows their core audience. If I have to pick mine, I don't know what I would pick. I mean, I have people young, I have people old, I have male, female, I have different income brackets. So who would I pick is the answer. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Again, we got a little backed up here. We have more coming up. I want to tell you about denverregen.com. This is really important because I know Mark talks about their weight loss drugs that they do on pennies for the dollar, but don't forget they do quality stem cell treatments to get rid of painful joints and tendons. And I'm a personal patient of them in the past, and they've done a wonderful job for me. denverregen.com.
Now, impact traffic.
Well, if you're Boulder bound on US 36, got a crash heading into Broomfield. Actually, it's going to be the westbound side approaching Wadsworth. Center lane's blocked up and traffic's backed up to, it looks like Church Ranch right now. Pretty solid jamming in there for well over a mile. Looks like the east side of I-70 is the other delay for us from Pena East heading through Tower out to Colfax. That is construction related. If you're heading into the high country, still looking at some awfully slow conditions and very icy and a little treacherous up at the tunnels, both directions. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the famed Dilbert comic strip artist, author, podcaster, and everyone's internet dad, Scott Adams. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
You know, when it comes to a DUI or other charges, there are some absolute truths. You need an attorney, and you should not shop under pressure, and you need to know who you're hiring. Now, I know Joe Lazzara for many, many years, like 30 years, and I can recommend him. You can call him right up front and talk to him free of charge, and then you can get flat rate pricing for your entire case. Joe will always provide free initial consultations, remember, and then a flat rate. That's really comforting because you won't be nickeled and dimed through the entire case. 303-429-6200. Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200.
So, Henry, are you going to move in?
Yeah, I'm planning on it for a while, but like I need to redo the floors.
Mm-hmm.
I have someone working on doing the siding and windows and on the floors. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I feel good because I'm gonna make money on it.
Well,
I'm absolutely positive.
I guarantee you,
it's so low.
I guarantee you that's going to happen. But even more important is this feeling of satisfaction of having your own home.
Well, I had the Vestera house first.
Yeah, but that's not your own home.
Yeah,
like
I know.
That's a house, not a home. This you can make into a home. Get a dog or two.
I have to take Charlie with my dad.
Steal your parents' dog.
It's my dog.
Okay, perfect.
He's my dog, but they adopted him.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
They're just dogs.
Repo my dog.
They're just dog sitting for you.
Yeah.
Dude, that is awesome, man. That's great news. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's nothing elaborate. It's just I'm being financially responsible with the house. It's not
Absolutely
big.
Yeah, you didn't go overboard. You can always.
It doesn't hail like that next year. I won't be concerned.
Why? What is hail up to? Oh, right.
Yeah,
Of course. Now I get
it.
it.
Doesn't hail for a couple.
Yeah, hailing is good for you. Yeah. And that is a great neighborhood. I love that area.
Yeah, it's gonna keep getting nicer.
So, how far north of County Line Road are you?
Where's the house at? Specifically?
Well, no, like south. So, if you keep going south on Federal, it'll intersect County Line, right? Oh, Princess. How you be? Come on over.
So. Oh, some attention. Come on, Fluffy. What's up, yo?
Princess. Hey, sweetie. Do we scratch your ears? Okay. All right. Oh. Oh, look at this. She's getting it in my lap. Oh, thank you, sweetie.
So check it out. So it's not very big, but it'll be close to the office, and then all the other houses, they've been fully remodeled.
And that's what really matters. You're in the neighborhood above.
Yeah.
Let me see it.
It's nothing elaborate, but I'm just 100% sure when I sell it, I'm gonna make probably like 50 grand.
Oh, more than that.
Oh yeah, more.
Well, if I was to just go in there and redo some of the stuff and then sell it, because it's already been reappraised, like I said, at 410.
Check this out. Tom, see the cat?
Oh, yeah, and they do some nice landscaping. Oh, that's really nice inside. So the insides are really redone recently, right? No?
No, they just did a nice job staging it.
Okay.
Oh, so great.
Did your dad help you look at it?
No, he hasn't been over there.
So you picked it all on your own?
Yeah, I went ahead, got my mortgage all straight. When I took a look at it, I went through the buying. I didn't even use a real estate agent.
It's right on Federal?
Yeah, it's like right next to our office.
Well, that's cool.
I figured if I didn't use a real estate agent, I could negotiate with them more down. But you know what I actually did? I'm trying myself. I feel pretty smart on this one. I took the data from online. I figured out how much they paid for it, the original owner. And then I realized, okay, so he doesn't have a big mortgage on it. And so, like, if I give him $355, he's going to make money. He's going to be happy. Because the last one I tried to buy, they had a big mortgage on it, and they would have gone upside down their mortgage. So I didn't have any negotiating room. But on this one, I knew I had like $100 grand I could negotiate on.
Shut the hell up.
Good move, man. Good move and a smart way to make it.
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. By the way, we have Excel Roofing with us. Don't forget them. If you're looking for holiday lighting, 303-761-6400. Permanent LED lighting, 303-761-6400. And, of course, roofing repairs and maintenance. I want to mention something, speaking of roofing. They're making a roofing material, a paint for roofs, or a roofing material and siding that absorbs a bit of moisture on purpose, so when it's sunny out, it evaporates and cools the roof and cools the house. That is incredible. It was developed in Singapore, believe it or not. Anyway, we're running out of time. Don't forget excelroofing.com, and you can call me at 303-MARTINO for help, information, and referrals. That's 303-MARTINO. Thank you, guys.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay